was here in the house also, and was joining us for the Global Progressive Forum. And we thought it's right time to restart this idea, to get connected with the US and with the other continents, to get global view, the climate issue, the growing inequality on our planet are just two issues where we have to work together. And we are glad that we could not meet in person, but we are glad that we have it at least as a big online event.
And is there something you're expecting? Are there some goals you have for this edition, this hybrid event? Because we have speakers, of course, that are coming and meeting us here in the European Parliament, but we're also going to hear from others who are connected with us virtually. What are your goals for this edition?
I think it is, at the end, we have to see that it's one world we are sharing. We are sharing more or less the same problem. So we have also to work together to solve this problem in the sake of the people of our planet. We have not very much time to discuss. We also have to come action, but I think it's important to bring the politicians from all over the globe. You mentioned some. We could also mention Lula. We could mention Jacinda Ardern. European leaders will be here. So I think this is showing there is a strong idea, a progressive idea, how we can change the world.
Yes, exactly. And we are living in a connected world, so inevitably our fates are tied together. The Global Progressive Forum's motto, we can dream it, we can do it. And it's a take on Walt Disney's "If you can dream it, you can do it." Thinking about the last 30 years, the world has changed dramatically. Communism fell, we have internet, we have same-sex marriage now, we have more women in more positions of power than we did ever before. There are a lot of transformations that happened in the last few decades. When you're talking about progressives coming together to make new dreams come true, what would you say one of yours would be?
I think the motto was exactly, we need dreams, but it's not only about dreaming, it's also about doing, and dreams one day, sometimes even earlier, become also reality, and this is our thing. So the big dream is, it's a general attitude, because in politics, very often people say, yes, but you have to think this and that. No, we have to make things happening. And this is, our dreams are not only here for dreaming, they are here that they can happen, that we can have at the end a fairer, a greener, and a more just planet for our people.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Andres. I know some colleagues of you are also here with us virtually. We'd like to hear from, we have Irache Garcia Perez, the Socialist and Democrat group leader on the line, I believe. She has just been re-elected to that post this morning.
Yes.
Hello, Irache. Can you hear me?
Dear friends, I hope that you can see and hear me.
We can, yes. Hello and congratulations for re-election. We also have Sergei Stanishev, who's the Party of European Socialists president, and along with Andreas, co-chair of the Global Progressive Forum. Hello, Sergei. Can you hear us? Hello. You can hear us? Great. You'll have to speak up a little bit. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Thank you very much. So Irache, I'll start with you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Andreas, dear Sergei. Dear friends, thank you very much for this exceptional meeting of Progressive Voices possible. More than 1 year ago, it was a dream. Today, the dream has come true. I am aware of your difficulties that you have been facing in the past few months. My sincere gratitude to those colleagues involved in the preparation of this event from our sister foundation and think tanks. I would like also to welcome and thank all the progressive leaders, activists and civil society representatives that will participate in our debates over the next 3 days. More than ever, it is time for progressive to join forces and lead the change the world needs. Since progressive voices gathered in Brussels for the last time in 2009, the world has changed a lot. Poverty and inequalities, extreme right and populism, as well as conflicts and violence, dominated the international landscape in the last decade. On top of these challenges, the pandemic has caused an unprecedented health, economic, and social crisis affecting the poorest and more vulnerable people. Unlike the response given to the finance and economic crisis of 2008, this time we should not allow that the most vulnerable people pay the consequences of the crisis. This is why our political family is playing a crucial role in leading the green and digital transformation of our societies as a response to the pandemic crisis. As the leading progressive force in Europe, we are building a sustainable future by ensuring the adequate social protection for all workers. Progressive around the world face similar challenges. This is why the Global Progressive Forum represents an extraordinary platform to reach a common solution to global challenges, such as the climate emergency, the digital transformation, multilateralism, gender equality, international trade based on values, on fair rules, the UN agenda for sustainable development, and the fight against tax havens. The answer to the imbalance of globalization can never be isolation. It is impossible to reverse globalization trends. The only credible answer is to improve the international rules. I am sure now the rules that protect people from injustice and expand their rights. We, progressive women, must continue to raise our voices in the streets, in public institutions, until we achieve full gender equality and put an end to all sorts of violence against women. The end of feminicide and the respect for sexual and reproductive health rights, as well as the protection of LGBTI rights, must become a reality. As a progressive, we should also work against corruption and for economic relations based on ethics and equity. Moreover, we need to promote rules for a fair international trade with more rights for our workers and greater protection for the environment. I am sure that the Global Progressive Forum of 2021 will open a fruitful debate on what our progressive priorities should be. However, we also need to discuss how can we become more effective in our decision making to act faster, and how can we defend our core interests and values when other global actors openly undermine democracy and freedoms. The task is urgent. We need to prepare and position ourselves for the post-pandemic world. A new generation of progressive leadership is emerging in America and Europe. As a progressive, we need to find a way to become more united and to build a real solidarity among ourselves. Our unity is the only instrument to defend our interests and values and enhance our influence in dealing with powers that don't share our values. Citizens want more result. Therefore, we should be ready to listen to people from around the world. By listening and engaging with the citizens, we will receive inspiration and recommendation. Then it will be up to the political leadership at the national, European and international levels to transform citizens' ideas and recommendations into political action. We have entered a new decade of hope. The future of our democracy will depend on how progressives will be able to shape the agenda for the 21st century. I am looking forward to hearing and learning from all the progressive voices, more than 60 speakers from all continents, different countries, different experience, and different views, but one common goal, moving forward together. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Katja. You touched of the issues that will be raised at the various panels that we have throughout the next 3 days. Sergey, would you like to share your remarks with us? As co-chair, would you like to also tell us what your vision is?
Thank you very much, and let me first of all thank Andreas for his initiative, and to thank Irace for her very nice and thorough introduction, stressing the importance of our dialogue among progressives from different continents in order to shape the agenda for the future. And I would say that there are many reasons to meet in the framework of the GPF right now. This is why I was so grateful to Andreas Schieder for his initiative. First of all, we got used in the last 1 year and a half to live on isolated islands in a way, and to make our fight with COVID, both from a pandemic and sanitary point of view, and from the point of view of economic response, in a way, in an isolated manner. But we shall not overcome this pandemic and the economic and social consequences if we do not have one general direction of political response, both in Europe, America, and the other continents. And also, I think that people in our family have the need, the demand to talk to each other, to share experiences, and to learn from each other, and of course shape the general direction together. I would say that from a European perspective, we have many reasons to be proud for the last 1 year and a half. The first reason is that we didn't let the bad experience which we had from the previous crisis in 2008, 2009, 2010 to be repeated. And we fought from the first day of this pandemic that the economic response should be very different. European Social Democrats said we need a recovery plan. It has to be huge. It has to help everybody. No one should be left out of the board. And we cannot let the dogma which were imposed by the neoliberals and conservatives after the previous crisis to be dominant. And we managed to achieve a result. First, we have an unprecedented plan, Next Generation EU. We have, of course, the European budget, which is the regular budget and also a very important investment instrument. And we have many new tools which were unthinkable 1 year and a half ago. Think about the collective debt which Europe guarantees. It's a very important signal about the future. But the other element is also very important. This is that we are not just trying to help our citizens, our companies, our economies and societies to reconstruct to the point where they were before the pandemic. We want to use this opportunity, a window of opportunities, for a leap forwards, to construct economies and future which is much fairer, much more sustainable, which creates a new type of relations in the society, which serves the common good, which is extremely important for us progressives all around the world. And I think we managed with our pressure to achieve a lot regarding the New Green Deal and to put Europe in the center of this global debate and action to save the planet for the next generations, to make the future more sustainable. This is vital for all of us, and this is part of the progressive vision of the future. And I think this was the second very important element. Of course, at the same time, we should never forget what is the core essence of our socialist and progressive movement. It's social justice. It's the protection of the weak. It's workers' rights, be it in the traditional sectors of industry or in the new platforms for the workers who are related to them, or for the teleworkers. We need to fight, and we do fight, for workers' rights everywhere. And we also have to stress, and we do stress, on the justice. Because we cannot let, again, the repetition of the situation which we had 10 years ago, when those who created the previous crisis didn't pay for the recovery. The burden went on the shoulders of the average workers, citizens, small companies. We need financial transparency, we need tax justice, and we as a progressive family are fighting and will fight until the end for this. And one other key element for us, this is the fight for democracy. You know, coming from a country which went through a very complicated transition from a single-party communist regime, planned economy, towards a market economy with pluralistic democracy, we were believing that once fulfilling the criteria for the membership in the European Union, everything is fine with our democracy. But we can see in many countries that democracy is so fragile. Also in the European Union, where we have regimes like Orban's in Hungary, like Kaczynski regime in Poland, or many others, which are challenging fundamental principles of democracy, of human rights, and this also goes for the rest of the world. And here I would like to stress again on our international effort. Because even if we do the best of us in Europe, this will not be enough. We are living in a globalized world. And we have to fight together in order not to let multinationals to be the factors who are shaping the future on the basis of their market interests and their search for profit. We need a much better and more fair global governance. And we progressives have to be in the lead of this fight. We are in a very good position for two reasons. The first reason is that by our DNA, we are internationalists. We are fighting for justice, freedom, human rights everywhere across the world, and this is the tradition of our family. And the other reason is that peace is also our DNA. And people everywhere, deeply in their hearts, they want peace for their countries, for their families, they want stability, and they want, of course, social justice and fairness. So these are elements which are essential and which gives all of us the possibility to shape the future. Because, and I will end probably with this, COVID-19 is a big challenge in every country. We've seen millions of people dead, dozens of millions who suffered a lot and who went through this hell. We've seen our economies blocked, people locked in their homes, people feeling insecurity. But on the other hand, again, this is a window of opportunity. People realize very physically on their own experience how important it is to have good social services, good public health care, good public education for our kids, good social networks to help those in need who are losing their jobs or who feel difficulties at this moment. And this creates a possibility to hear better our progressive social messages. And we should not miss this opportunity. And I'm very glad that we have so many participants in this debate from different continents, not only from political parties, but from NGOs, civil society, young people. This is extremely valuable. We are starting this conversation. This is definitely not the end of it, but a very important step forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergei and Irache, for your contributions. And you both stressed the global dimension of the issues we face and of the future that we have. And I'm very pleased to say that we also have a special message from another world leader from the other side of the planet, literally. Please, we will hear now Jacinda Ardern's message for the Global Progressive Forum.
Kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Jacinda Ardern. I'm the Prime Minister of New Zealand, and it's a pleasure to be able to very briefly address you at the Global Progressive Forum for 2021. I've been asked to spend just a couple of minutes talking about my dream for the world for the next 10 years. It's hard to sit here in Aotearoa, New Zealand right now and not think of the challenges that we've all globally faced over the past several years. Whether or not it's the immediate impact that a global pandemic in COVID-19 has had on our people and our economies, or the challenges of climate change and the severe weather events and indeed the significant impact we're seeing it have on our Pacific Island neighbours. Whether or not it's the issue of growing inequality, which many of us are working very hard to overcome. All of these issues, in my mind, have solutions that can't be driven just by us alone domestically. Increasingly, our solutions must be driven beyond our own borders. Climate change is a key example of this, but so too is the global pandemic. Unless we continue to drive towards solutions through the World Health Organization, making sure that we're working hard collectively on the kinds of medical ventures that enable us to find quick treatments, vaccines, and the ability to better manage pandemics in the future. Unless we collectively work together on the challenges of climate change, we will never resolve them. So my hope and dream for the next 10 years is not just to resolve these individual issues, because they will keep coming at us, but instead that we have stronger multilateral institutions, that we have more ways that we can share our global progressive ideas and values, and that we keep appreciating and understanding the impact that we have, not as individuals, but on one another. That's my dream and hope for the future. My hope today is an opportunity for people to share and exchange ideas, for us to grow the global progressive family and to keep working together. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Fantastic. You must be very excited to see that even from New Zealand we got a message supporting the GPF.
I definitely was, and the message was great. Knowing Jacinda since her youth days, where she served as president of the International Union of Socialist Youth, I think she's a really great global leader and the leader of her country, doing well, and we can be proud that she also was here today for us.
Yes, and we can be very proud, of course, of the program that has been put together by the Forum. I'm just going to quickly go through some of the fantastic panels we are going to be hearing from. So right after this session, Opportunity for Global Change will be a conversation among HRVP Josep Borrell, former U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, and a message from Michelle Bachelet, moderated by Maria João Rodrigues, who we will connect with in a little while. We have a fair post-COVID world at 4 p.m. Today, moderated by the Foundation for European and Progressive Studies and former EU Commissioner for Employment, Laszlo Andor, because, of course, the global dimension of COVID created many crises and many inequalities. So this is something that, of course, the Progressive Forum is very right to address. At 5 p.m., we'll talk about how to create sustainable growth. How to use money wisely in a sustainable way and support a green transition at the same time. At 6 p.m., we have The Future of Democracy, a panel with Prime Minister Enrico Letta from Italy, in which we'll talk about how the world has changed and what challenges democracy faces at the moment. Tomorrow, we start off with the news of the day once more at 11 o'clock with two of your colleagues. We have the Silver Rose Award ceremony for lifetime achievement at 1:30, pardon me, followed by a panel on access to resources, because 70% of the world does not have access to what we consider normal. Therefore, it's a very worthwhile conversation to have. At 3, we will follow on with a panel on migration with Ylva Johansson, who's the Commissioner for Home Affairs, Refugees, and many refugee rights advocates are on this panel as well. At 4 p.m., we'll talk about digitalization and democracy, another very worthwhile and important topic, not just for now, but for the future. At 5 p.m., all different, all equal, we will be talking about the discrimination of many minority groups and how to counter this in our modern age and in the future. At 6 p.m., Future of Democracy panel once more, but with a more global dimension, where you will be at, I think, Andreas, along with Federica Mogherini and some journalists and activists, giving a global perspective to the future of democracy. And finally, our last day on Friday, November 19, we start with a panel on women, how women are the change, because as 50% of the population being female, they don't yet have the same amount of rights or the same amount of lead positions in the world. At 3 p.m., we talk about new politics with the new generation and how do we engage youth and how do we engage new politicians in shaping the future. At 4 p.m., we talk about a new Green Deal and climate justice, which is very relevant given that COP26 has just finished. And finally, at 5 p.m., a new social contract for inclusive and sustainable recovery with Nicola Schmidt, the European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, because we do need to launch a fair covenant for all so that social inequalities are addressed across the board. So that is the program. Are you looking forward to anything in particular?
It's so much. I think everything is fine. I love them all.
Great. Let's get linked up to our first moderator, Maria Joao. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello.
I do.
Maria
Hello.
Joao Rodrigues is the former Minister for Foreign Affairs of Portugal, and you are also in charge of the Foundation for European and Progressive Studies. And you will be chairing this panel today. What are you looking forward to hearing in this panel?
Kelly, hello and hello everybody. It's really a pleasure for me as president of our European Progressive Foundation to invite you to join us for our first big event after the opening session, which is this United for conference we usually organize in New York, but today we are in Brussels connecting to all over the world. And we want you to invite to discuss this big challenge we have ahead of us, which is we need a recovery, but this recovery must be a people's powered recovery. And we need to work together to imagine what should be a people's power recovery. Today, we'll invite, first of all, two outstanding personalities. Outstanding, I mean, in intellectual terms and political terms, to kick off this debate, giving us a general assessment of the international situation. And I'm very pleased to introduce the High Representative of the European Union for the External Action, Josep Borrell, also a Vice President of the European Commission. And the second personality, outstanding one, Madeleine Albright, former State Secretary of the United States, and now heading Madeleine Albright's groups in Washington. I'm very pleased to count on you to introduce a dialogue to assess the global landscape. And let me start by challenging you with the first big issue, which is in fact the future of multilateralism.
Thank you, Maria
Because,
Joao. We will let you go through with them directly.
Yes. So
Yes, I think
let me now
you may start. Yes.
with our guests. And I would like to give you a hint for our first debate to assess the global landscape and the chances for a progressive agenda to move forward, which is in fact about the future of multilateralism. And we just saw a General Assembly renewing the mandate of Antonio Guterres as Secretary General with a quite ambitious and bold agenda, the call our common agenda, where there is a call for an effective multilateralism, an inclusive multilateralism, but also bold objectives, notably a new global deal and a new social contract. So these are key ideas to imagine and to implement a people's power recovery. But the question is, what are the chances to move forward in this agenda when we have a multipolar world and on the top of this, the current strategic competition between the United States and China? I will give you the floor, starting with Joseph Borrell. You are supposed to have short answers, but of course, the dialogue for us is a real privilege to have both of us with us. So, Joseph, please, you can start. While we are waiting, let me recall that this mandate, which was given to Guterres, was prepared by a long process connected with the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. And we, Progressive Family, we were very active to give our contribution. And we were able to organize meeting of the board of the Progressive Alliance in New York on the eve of the General Assembly 1 year ago. And in this meeting, we adopted our progressive agenda for the next period, United Nations. And we are also pleased to see that many of our ideas were reflected somehow in this mandate given to Guterres upon his document called Our Common Agenda. Of course, we progressives, we want an effective multilateralism, we want an inclusive multilateralism, but also a fair one. And what do we mean by a fair one? Well, let me give you some examples. One of them is for sure to respond to the COVID crisis with universal access to vaccination. This is number one. Secondly, is to make sure that the recovery plans being launched now everywhere, they should promote the green and digital transition, but also they should be able to tackle all social inequalities. So I see that this is already included in Guterres' mandate, but again, we should address now the question proposed is, what are the chances to renew multilateralism when we have this multipolar world and on the top of this strategic competition between China and the United States? Well, I'm very pleased to start by welcoming Madeleine Albright. Madeleine, many thanks for joining us this big event in Brussels. I'm right now located at the center of the European Parliament in Brussels. And I'm extremely honored on the behalf of Global Progressive Forum to give you the floor to elaborate on this issue. I just introduce you as an outstanding global and American politician, but also an outstanding intellectual. And Madeleine, many thanks. The question is, what are the chances to renew multilateralism in the current global landscape?
Well, first of all, let me say how delighted I am to be a part of this discussion. And having listened to what the program is going to be for a couple of days, I am really very, very impressed with all the things that you are about to do. So delighted to be a part of this. I'm also very glad that you addressed this first question to me because you can't laugh, but I am known as Multilateral Madeline. I really do believe that multilateralism, given the issues that are out there, is absolutely essential and that we need to work together. I do have to say, though, that people question what multilateralism is about. And I have been saying in many ways that Americans are distrustful of the word multilateralism. It has too many syllables and it ends in an ism. But I think that the important part is to understand that the issues that are out there absolutely require the kind of cooperation that can only come when people are trying to solve problems together from their various positions in the world. I don't think that it means that we totally obscure the role of the nation state, because that is the basis of a lot of how we operate in the world today. But I do think that the kind of cooperation that comes, that the Secretary General has been talking about, is something that is very important. I also do believe the following, and I would love to put this out there as we begin our discussion. In many ways, this period is similar to what happened after World War II. The best part, however, is that Europe is not destroyed as a result of the war. Europe is a functioning and a very vibrant set of countries. But I do think that the establishment of a lot of the multilateral institutions comes from that period. They do need fixing. And I think that this is the kind of subject we should take up. What are the areas where the multilateral institutions need upgrading, the challenge that the Secretary General has, and how we all can be a part of helping to make multilateralism a way of dealing with issues that require large international cooperation, climate change, pandemics, and various issues that we must deal with together. Thank you very much.
The land, such a clear answer. And this is the good moment now to listen to Josep Borrell. Josep, many thanks for joining our dialogue. I just introduce you as our European High Representative for External Action and also a Vice President of the European Commission. Josep, please tell us what you think about how to renew multilateralism in this multipolar world, and also this world now marked by strategic competition between the United States and China.
Well, difficult to answer this question because it's too broad. But it is clear for me that today challenges require to increase cooperation to ensure that international organizations can fulfill their functions in a more efficient, effective, and transparent way. This would include working on United Nations funding and reform of the United Nations development system. This will require to improve the efficiency of UN peacekeeping missions and the effectiveness of a number of bodies, not the least the World Trade Organization or the World Health Organization. For that, we should join forces on a range of joint priorities, supporting democracy. Here at the European Union, we have quite an important set of actions, democracy support plans, democracy funds. We have to uphold transparency, certainly to combat corruption. It becomes a kind of a Frasfette, no? Something that you say when you don't have anything else to say. But it's completely true that today corruption has become systemic in too many countries. And with corrupt governments, you cannot tend to be multilateral, not even to be unilateral. Well, there is a new threat to multilateralism is disinformation. Disinformation has become a real pandemic, a new pandemic that threatens our democracy and becomes toxic on many of our multilateral fronts. The health system. Health system is also something in which multilateralism was absent, and now it has to be very much present. We have to increase our preparedness for the pandemics because this one will not be the last one. and since the COVID outbreak, we have been making a major contribution to global pandemic response. We have been a driving force in supporting World Health Organization, but we have to reform the World Health Organization. It's not well fitted to the kind of health problem that we have today. And the offer of a democratic world should be at least as compelling as that of other global actors. It's clear that our relationship with the US, the EU-US relationship, will be a defining factor on building the international rules-based order, multilateralism, will be a defining factor. If we agree and we work together, then we can do a lot of things. If we disagree and we stay apart from each other, like it has happened in the last 4 years, then multilateralism has no choices, has no hope. So we have to invest more on our relationship with the US. We did that on the COVID-19 summit. We take a strong commitment, 70% objective global vaccination by the end of next year, to produce through a manufacturing supply chain task force. It's something in which we can prove that joining forces to expand the therapeutic capacity and address bottlenecks in supply chains and other issues, we can be much more efficient. And certainly, the big multilateral issue is how to fight against climate change. But I think it's the following question.
Many thanks for this very large and comprehensive assessment of the situation of the multilateral system. And this is exactly my second question is, let's now focus on climate change, because first of all, we just left COP26. And I'd like to have from both of you your assessment, your taking about the outcomes of this COP26. And also, if we focus on the particular issue of financing developing countries to support their green transition, we are still below what is needed, clearly. So how do you see we can address this? This is a concern for progressives, for sure. So I would like to listen to Madeleine again, please.
Well, I was very interested in the things that Mr. Borrell said, because he laid out a very complicated and important agenda that we need to address. And obviously, climate change is one that requires multilateral help. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that no one country can do it alone. I do think that in many ways what happened in Glasgow was a big step forward, because there were discussions among a huge number of countries about the necessity of doing something very important in terms of dealing with the threat of climate change. And there were a number of decisions made and action plans that were taken. I do think that there are those who are critical of some of the things that happened or thought that not enough happened, or any number of different aspects to it. And I have to say that I really do agree with what the climate envoy now, John Kerry, said, is that in fact you can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I was a diplomat, so I don't say this lightly. I do think that COP26 was a major diplomatic win, because it's the first time ever that fossil fuel subsidies and phase outs were openly discussed. And 6 years after the Paris Agreement, there were important implementation rules were finally agreed upon, opening the door to some critical international trading of carbon credits. And then, as I mentioned, more than 100 countries joined the US-UK-led effort to limit methane emissions. So, and important pledges were made on deforestation and on a host of other issues. So I think that it was an important meeting. I think also something I hope that we consider a bit is that it was encouraging to see the private sector step up to the plate so strongly in Glasgow because it really did. They're bound by 450 major financial institutions delivering on some of the net zero emissions by 2050. So there are an awful lot of things that obviously have to be looked at, definitions, measurements, auditing. But I would like to say that on the whole, it was a success and something that has to now be followed up very diligently, obviously in partnership between the Europeans and Americans, but others also in a very big way.
Thank you very much, Madeleine Albright, for this very precise assessment. Now let's listen to Josep Borrell as the European Union High Representative. Please.
Well, just this morning at the College of the Commissioners, we have got a report from my colleague and friend Franz Timmermans about how was the COP26. Well, the COP26 has to reflect a global consensus and almost 200 countries, and by necessity, it represents a compromise. So it's a step in the right direction, but certainly much work remains to be done. At the end, about fossil fuels, China and India managed on Saturday to soften the formulation of the text about coal, and it's no longer about getting out of coal, sortie du charbon, but reduction of the coal. A single word makes a big difference. And one can understand, no? China and India represent half of the coal consumption in the world. And in the electricity systems, depends a lot of that. But it shows that the resistance to abandon fossil fuels is stronger than expected. And at the last minute, we changed the word. Nevertheless, we managed to agree, and the Paris rule book, which is important for the well functioning of the global system to cut emissions. The message is clear: to have to reduce, I'm not going to say to cancel, but to reduce the fossil fuel subsidies. And we repeated the commitment to double finance for adaptations. But to keep alive the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees, we need to halve emissions between now and 2030. In 9 years, we need to halve emissions. And you can imagine at the world level, what does it mean? Just to take the example of India, 4 million people live directly of the coal producing electricity. This will represent a big effort for the developing and non-developing and developed countries, because today 2/3 of the emissions come from non-OECD countries. 2/3 come from non-OECD countries. We, Europeans, we did our part by setting the highest global standard for emission reduction and the world's largest climate finance contributor. We also drove important initiatives about just transition for South Africa, pledges for the methane, forest adaptation, and we were crucial on brokering a final compromise. Let me stress the global methane pledge, because not everything is about CO2. 100 countries representing 70% of the global economy and half of the anthropogenic methane emissions have now committed to a goal of reducing global methane emissions by 30% from the 2020 levels to by 2030. That's very important because CO2, good, but methane is also there. No, looking to the next COP, we have to continue our EU climate diplomacy, focusing on the big emitters. The battle against climate change will depend crucially of what China and India are going to do with their energy system. The world needs more energy. The world needs to consume more energy. 1,000 million people have never seen an electric bubble, seen an electric bubble. So we need to increase energy production and at the same time to decarbonize the production of this energy. And this is an incredibly difficult task. So we have to mobilize all our political resources, our pedagogical resources, our commitment, preaching by example, but it will not be enough. US and EU will have once again the occasion to behave as partners in front of the rest of the world. One thing important of the Glasgow is that CBAN was not a subject. According with the Timmermans, nothing happened about CBAN. Nobody was discussing about this carbon adjustment at the border, which is very significant. And another significant thing is that surprisingly, the US didn't want to increase adaptation finance. Finally, they agreed. And from here to Sharm el Sheikh, the finance will be the key issue. And finance adaptation will be the most important thing. Because for many people, adaptation to something that has already happened or will have already happened for them will be crucial for their survival.
Thank you, Joseph. Very important the way you emphasize the scale of the change we need to make everywhere. Look, let us now move to another difficult issue, which is the implications of the digital transformation, changing almost everything in our lives. But we know that there is also a risk of a kind of divide. Divide within countries, divide between countries, and also the strategic competition, China and the United States. So my question is there still a room for global standards to make the best of this digital revolution? Give me your answers, and let me also then conclude with the last question. Madeleine Albright, can you start, please, about this?
Well, I do think that one of the things we have to consider is that there are whole new issues that we have to deal with. And the digital ones are clearly one of them. The whole issue of cyber, new weapons, things that we have to deal with. Which leads me just to the following generalization that I feel I must make. I was born in Europe. I'm a European. I was born in Prague. I just happen to have been raised in the United States. So I see the US and European relationship as an absolutely key one. And it strikes me that with over 550 million people in Europe and over 330 in the United States, if we work together, we can do an awful lot together to complement each other in what are these increasingly difficult issues. And I do believe that we have the capability to make up the rules now, the standards, the norms that by which we have to operate in order to deal with the new digitalization and the various aspects of how our two peoples really look at privacy in a different way. Mr. Burrell raised the issue of corruption, which also would come up in some of this, in that certain groupings would mishandle the issues. But I think it's absolutely essential that what we do is see the issues that are coming up are those where the Europe and the United States can complement each other, not in fact work against each other. And trying to figure out how to deal with China, especially on this, because they are the ones that are creating many of the issues to do with information and digitalization and cyber And so I would like to make sure that as we answer these questions, that we understand the importance of the complementarity of European and American goals, because we do represent a very large portion of the world with a very large portion of the economies, and how we operate together, I think, can be absolutely dispositive in how we deal with these issues in the future that do require a lot of work and will not happen overnight. The various rules that have to be made by the governments and the European commissions in order to deal with this, and then the American approach to this. And it's going to require cooperation and understanding and the importance of complementarity.
Indeed, Madeleine Albright, many thanks. And let's listen to Josep Borrell. Which are your remarks about this fundamental issue, driving the digital transformation?
Yes. You know, when the first industrial revolution came, all the economic and social structures were changed, and the balance of power also. You have a look at what happened in the 19th century, you can imagine how big was this transformation just because of the steam, coal, steam, steel. And now we are going to face, we are facing a similar transformation. The social economic structures, the labor, and the balance of power in the world will be changed. And we Western people, US and EU, we have been ruling the world because we were the standard setters. We were fixing the standards. We were the masters of how technology was working. And from steel mills to trains to railways to everything, warfare, we were the standard setting. If we are no longer the standard setting, we will not rule the 21st century. And I am afraid in some fields we are losing the standard setting capacity. And that's why this Trade and Technology Council, which is a code name to talk about China, trade and technology is a way of talking about China, will be very important in order to reinforce our joint capacity to continue being the standard setting of this new big world transformation of digital. Digital is to the world what exactly what happened with the steam 250 years ago. We agreed on both sides of the Atlantic to better protect our democracies and freedom of expression, and more than freedom of expression, I would say the right to truth, the right to people to be well informed. Because democracy is a system that uses information as the oil. The democracy works with an oil which is information. Without information, democracy doesn't make sense. Only well-informed citizens give sense to democracy. And digital is interfering in information on the process of creating and disseminating information as never before. It's another world. And one has to think about who's going to manage this new world. It will be the state, China approach. Will it be the big corporations, big firms, private, but a power independent of the political power, which is, we can say what may happen if the big companies that are the master of the digital will be the standard setters, or it will be the society, politically organized, the state under democratic control. And this is going to be the big question mark for our future. Our democracy, our human rights, the health of our political system will depend crucially on how do we master the technological development on the digital field, because digital will be in every minute, in every inch of our environment, everywhere, all the time. And that's why here we are advancing on an ambitious legislation with our Digital Service Act and our Digital Market Act. These are firmly grounded on a shared vision that puts together fairness in the market, safety, and freedom online. But I am not sure that we will be able to win this battle. I'm not sure. Maybe Orwell had a visionary approach to the future. He could never imagine that the Big Brother would be as big as the one that is over our heads and minds all the time. We will be digital slaves, or the digital will make us more free and more cooperative. This is, for me, the most important question mark that humankind is facing today.
Yes, indeed. Joseph, I think you are completely right. We are confronted with the biggest, highest scale transformation of our lives and of our historical experience. And let me use the few minutes we have to address something which should also connect is that today we are confronted with new kinds of threats, security threats, including those coming from cybersecurity. And I know that right now, European Union is undertaking an important effort to build up a defense capacity based on the so-called European Strategic Compass. Yesterday, you got an important endorsement coming from the Council for your action, Joseph Borrell. So I would like you to explain what is going on in this defense front, very important, and then to give the final comment to Madeleine Albright, also having in mind the implications of this effort for the NATO alliance. Please, Joseph.
Yes, thank you for giving me the floor for this issue, which is one of the most important in which we are working. Look, the European Union is not a defense union. It's not a military alliance. But in the treaty, it said that we want to build a common security and defense policy. On the other hand, most of the European Union member states are members of NATO. And has to be clear, and I'm not going to lose this opportunity to repeat it, that the NATO is our common framework for the territorial defense of Europe. No doubt about it. We don't want to create an European military alliance. But at the same time, we want to build something called European Common Security and Defense. What does it mean? And for me, it means that we have to be able of taking our part of responsibility. People don't like the word strategic autonomy. Okay, don't use it. Talk about strategic responsibility, because we cannot rely on others to face the problems that we have to face, and NATO will not solve it. For that, what we proposing is that we should be able to act, to reinforce our capacity to act more robustly, rapidly, and decisively. That we have to strengthen our resilience by anticipating and responding to hybrid threats. Look what's happening in the Belarusian border today, and securing strategic domains, cyber, maritime, and the outer space, which will be the new battlefields of the future. Third, we have to invest. We have to invest more to support our defense capabilities, promote defense innovations, and reduce dependencies. We are too much dependent. And four, we have to develop a network of partnership, certainly inside NATO, certainly, but not only with NATO. Also with the US directly. We are going to launch a US-EU security and defense dialogue. Why? Because inside NATO, not all members are European Union members, and not European Union members are members of NATO. So there is a certain disjunction. We have to have partners at the regional and bilateral level. with like-minded countries, like in Indo-Pacific, and here also in Europe, and also with United Kingdom, if they want to. Everything has to be done in full coherence with NATO. That's why we will approve the strategic compass in Europe at the same time that the strategic compass in NATO. But we have to do more from our side. We need to increase our capacity to act with partners when possible and alone when necessary. And I think that a stronger European capability to act is on the interest of NATO. A stronger European pillar makes NATO stronger. I don't understand the voices who says, "Oh, if the European increases their military capabilities, it will make NATO weaker." No, it will make NATO stronger. And each member state has to increase their military capabilities. But since we want to build a common defense capability, this has to be compatible, more than compatible, complementary with NATO. And this is what about. This is what we are going to discuss in the next month.
Well, and all the best for the important initiative you have in your hands. And I'd like really to listen to Madeleine Albright because she's been following all these issues for several decades. So your final remarks to assess the state of affairs of the NATO alliance and the efforts coming from the European side.
Well, thank you. And I was very pleased to hear Mr. Borrell's explanation of things. I can tell you, as you pointed out, I've been looking at this for a very long time. And the environment changes a lot in terms of how, whether the European Union and NATO can, in fact, operate together better or separately. And I've gone through a variety of times where, for instance, on the 60th anniversary of NATO, I was asked to lead the strategic concept because, frankly, everything was happening out of area. There were no things happening in Europe. And we were trying to figure out how to make that work. And so I say that because the environment changes, and it's important, as we've been discussing, for institutions to be flexible enough to deal with the new issues. I think the issue has been of concern in the following way, is that there be this complementarity between the EU and NATO, so that there's not duplication of effort, and in fact, problems about who's going to do what when. But I think that this is going to require very close cooperation. Because, as Mr. Burrell pointed out, the membership is different. There are different needs, and we now do see a lot of things happening in Europe, very much involved with some of the subjects that we were talking about earlier. And the differences among the European countries in terms of how they are looking at immigration, digitalization, cyber, what the Russians are trying to do to undermine our alliances so that they can separate us. And therefore, I think I hope very much that we are beginning an era where we are spending time discussing these issues together and not kind of looking at how we can undermine either the EU or NATO. They need to be working together very carefully, looking at issues that have a lot to do with the new problems that are out there, and understanding that there are threats out there now that are quite different than the ones when both these organizations began. And so I hope very much that, Mr. Burrell said this, that there's going to be a look at what the future is going to bring, how, in fact, the EU is going to be looking at what the threats are going to be, who the partners of the EU can be, how various aspects that are central to NATO, like Article 5, and whether, in fact, cyber is an Article 5 threat, any number of things that do need to be discussed together. And I will end by saying that for me, in having watched this a long time, the key is how to work together and understand that our power and our influence in terms of dealing with issues like the rule of law, the importance of democracy, the importance of information, trying to deal with the various issues that are out there require this approach where we are flexible and are willing to deal with each other, and in fact do have a way of communicating and not kind of doing surprise events that then are very difficult to understand by either side. So I'm delighted to have had a chance to listen to Mr. Burrell, and I am very honored to have been a part of this, and I look forward to further cooperation.
Dear Madeleine Albright, many, many thanks, and many thanks for both of you, because I think we managed in half an hour to bring to the audience very clear messages on a progressive approach to deal with the global governance problems nowadays. Now let's close this high-level dialogue with the last golden key, which is about the reference on respecting human rights. And I'm also pleased to bring to you a statement coming from Michelle Bachelet, the United Nations High Commissioner for Fundamental Rights, addressing exactly the issue: how can we make sure that this people's power recovery will respect fundamental rights? Michelle Bachelet, you have the floor.
I'm pleased to take part in this important discussion. The magnitude and scope of inequalities that have been exposed and exacerbated by COVID-19 are truly shocking, although not really surprising. We're talking about inequalities fueled by discrimination, gaps in coverage of social protection systems, or inadequate social protection benefits, all accelerating and deepening the impacts of the pandemic. The numbers are staggering. We have witnessed the first rise in extreme poverty in 2 decades. Over 100 million people are already being pushed into extreme poverty. Around 255 million jobs have been lost in 2020 alone. A number of people living with food insecurity rose to an unprecedented 2.38 billion people. The human rights scars of this pandemic run deep, and we must act urgently to stop them from growing even deeper. The only way for us to recover better and more resilient is by basing our efforts on human rights. And how do we do that? It is simple: by learning the lessons the pandemic has taught us. That means ensuring that social protection, the right to health, and other economic, social, and cultural rights are no longer viewed as theoretical aspirations, but treated and guaranteed as the right that they are, well beyond COVID-19. Recovery measures must include robust social targets. It has become crystal clear social protection systems are not a drain on resources. They are an invaluable investment in sound societies. The pandemic has also taught us that in order to address inequalities, we must end discrimination of any kind. The people most affected were those already most vulnerable due to systemic discrimination. I'm referring to women, people of African descent, older people, members of minority communities, indigenous people, persons with disabilities, migrants, and LGBTI people, among others. A human rights-based response will ensure their participation. The voices of the most affected and vulnerable must inform the recovery efforts. And in these efforts, we must not lose sight of interlinked environmental crises of pollution, climate change, and biodiversity. Once again, human rights must be part of the solution. Just last month, the Human Rights Council created the mandate of a special rapporteur on climate change and recognized for the very first time the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. We will support countries in their efforts to implement it. We have also advocated for human rights-based approaches to climate action at the COP26 climate conference in Glasgow. And finally, the pandemic has shown us how interconnected we are. We either stand together or we fall apart. Let me stress it again. Vaccines and medicines against COVID-19 must be considered as a global public good. Renewing solidarity within every society and between nations is both the right thing to do and the smart thing to do. It is also a cornerstone of the Secretary General's Common Agenda, which aims to combat inequality and guide us to recovering better from the pandemic. As he said, and I'll quote him, now is the time to re-embrace global solidarity and find new ways to work together for the common good. End of quote. I count on all of you. Thank you.
United Nations High Commissioner for Fundamental Rights, many, many thanks. Very clear, powerful statement. You are really a brave woman. We count on you. And with this dialogue with Josep Borrell and Madeleine Albright, we had a good kickstart for a discussion on how can we make sure that the recovery will be a people's power recovery. But our European Progressive Foundation is now inviting you to come with us for a high-level panel conducted by our Secretary General, Laszlo Andor, and opened by another outstanding leader of the United Nations system, Guy Ryder, the Director General of ILO. So I hope that you enjoy, and let's keep in touch for this invention of a new world post-COVID. We want to have progressive in the lead of inventing this new world. Pleasure to join us.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. We had a very interesting first panel on global solidarity, how to deal with global governments, and how to fuel a people-powered recovery with Josep Borrell, Madeleine Albright, and of course, Michelle Bachelet, moderated by Maria Joao Rodriguez. We heard about how standing together for multilateralism is not about obscuring the role of the nation state, how disinformation is a new threat to multilateralism, a new pandemic, if you will, from Josep Borrell, and how we need to band together also for future pandemics, because the one we are going through right now will not be the last one. So many interesting points. Please follow us and comment. And today with me, I have Adrian, who is following our social media. Hello, Adrian.
Hi, Kelly.
Nice to see you. I'm very good. So you will be telling us how people can follow us on social media, how to comment, how to get involved, correct?
Exactly. So you can comment, you can react on Twitter using the hashtag GPF2021, and you can also use and participate to our poll on the globalprogressiveforum.org website. It looks like this. You will answer the question, what is your progressive dream for the next 10, 15 years? Where you can choose what you dream of for the next 15 years to come.
And aside from that, whenever you want, you can also comment on our social media with your own thoughts, with how you are, what your opinions are about the panels you're hearing as well. We just heard about the people-powered recovery to the pandemic. Our next panel will be on a fair post-COVID world in just a few moments. But I believe that, Adrian, you have a few pictures that illustrate the last year we've all passed.
Yes, I've been asked to collect 10 pictures and choose 10 pictures that represent the best, I would say, the COVID time, the COVID crisis that we've been through. As a first picture, here we have Dr. Li Wenqiang. So Dr. Li Wenqiang was the first one to raise awareness on the virus. He was the first one to describe the symptoms, the first one to say that this was a deadly virus. And he paid it
with his life.
With his life.
Yes.
He died from COVID. He was silenced by the Chinese regime and then made a hero by the regime. So he was one of the first hero of COVID. So we chose the first picture to pay tribute to this amazing man.
Next.
And the next one is this picture that you can see. It's in a hospital. We've seen it a lot on the news. Here we are in a hospital in Bergamo in northern Italy, which was the first region in Europe to be hit by the pandemic. Badly hit by the pandemic, also because the Italian population, a lot of old people in Italy.
It was the epicenter for a long time for Europe, and
exactly.
Of course the next one.
Yeah, the next one is a bit lighter and a lighter touch. We have this toilet paper crisis in the supermarkets. So I don't know about you, but I've never understood why people were rushing on toilet paper. I don't use so much toilet paper.
Did you have a shortage, or were you okay?
I was okay. I prefer to go for pasta or flour or rice, like food. But this was a funny touch. This picture is, it shows two things to me. It shows first social distancing. That became part of our daily vocabulary during this pandemic. And it shows also the fact that a grandchildren and his grandmother couldn't really hug. And yes. Here we have a picture of the world leaders meeting on Zoom. So even the world leaders had to work to find a way to work together.
Just like all of us had to telework in the last year.
Exactly. The people that could telework, that could have a job teleworking, did it.
And
also
children had to as well, yeah.
Exactly. E-learning became a reality. So we managed as a society to be resilient in the way we were dealing with the pandemic, and to find new ways to work and to keep on living, though we were closed in our apartments and we were locked down. Next picture is about soon gonna come, I guess. What about you? Did you have a shortage of toilet paper?
I didn't. I was okay on that side.
You were okay on that side.
I acquired a kitten during the pandemic. A lot of people got pets, and I was one of them.
Okay, great.
See, the next picture has come up.
Yeah, the next picture has come up, and yes, this was also one of the symbols of the pandemic. People paying tribute to the healthcare workers everywhere in Europe that were on the front line of this pandemic. Here, maybe one of the positive aspects of the pandemic, of the lockdown, which was on the environment. Here we see the same picture, a picture of the same place. We are in India, in New Delhi. On the left, you can see this is a busy, normal weekly day in New Delhi, and on the right side, this is during the pandemic and the lockdown. So we could see huge drop in CO2 emissions. We could see the wildlife coming back to the urban areas, to the streets of our cities, and this was a very positive aspects of the pandemic. But also negative aspect is that we discovered a new kind of litter of trash.
Of course, yes.
These disposable masks that we can now see in our streets. So I think that's also trying to raise awareness about the fact that we should throw them in the bin as we do with all our trash. Here we have a women scientist.
And is there a reason that it's a female scientist particularly?
Yes, it's a reason. So she is working on finding a vaccine. And actually, we don't know that, but in the team I didn't know that. In the team that discovered the vaccines, there was a huge majority of women. So it's also a way to pay tribute to them who were on the front line and also kind of were hit harder than men by the pandemic. And here we see like the vaccination campaign in Africa. This picture to say that after the vaccines the vaccine was found, there was a decision to be made by President Biden whether or not to waive the patents on the vaccine. He decided, a newly elected president from a huge capitalist country, he decided not to waive the patents of vaccines, so to go for a most humanist approach, solidarity, and that was also very strong.
And the European Union itself also has pledged to send vaccines to Africa and all over the world as well, in the same vein of thought.
Yes.
So 10 photos that give us a little bit of a resume of the last year.
Exactly.
Is there something that particularly resonated for you?
Oh, I mean, when I look back, I was also closed and had to stay home to save life. I think it was not that difficult, but obviously it was difficult to be far away from your parents, from your family, from your friends. But at the same time, I found time to read, to plant seeds and grow plants and to play music. So it was also a moment in our lives where we could do things differently.
Yes.
take time for
Reassess.
ourselves.
Yeah.
Ourselves and yes, that's what I did. What about you?
I got a kitten, like I said, and
Nice.
I discovered the joy of having a pet around all the time.
What's his name?
Marcello Miaustroianni instead of Marcello Mastroianni,
Good
because
one.
he's a cat.
Good one.
So if you have any pictures that you'd like to share of your time in lockdown, Adrien will be monitoring social media. Share your stories, share your photos, use the hashtag GPF 2021. Our next panel is almost upon us. It's about a fair post-COVID world because, of course, COVID exposed massive inequalities throughout the world, in the East and the West, throughout the hemispheres. We have an incredible panel about to talk about it. We have Guy Ryder, the Director General of the International Labour Organization. We have Helen Clark, former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Merav Mihaly, the leader of the Labour Party in Israel, Camilla Bruckner, Director of the UN office in Brussels, and many others. This will be moderated by the Secretary General of the Foundation for European Progressive Studies and a former EU Commissioner, Laszlo Andor. Enjoy.
If you watch us in America, good morning. In Asia, good evening. My name is Laszlo Ander. I'm the Secretary General of FEPS, the Foundation for Progressive European Studies in Brussels, and I will be your moderator this afternoon with a title, A Fair Post-COVID World. This is part of the Global Progressive Forum 2021 under the umbrella title of United for a People-Powered Recovery. As the world slowly and unevenly transitions to a post-pandemic future, this session will bring together different global perspectives on how this future can be fairer and more inclusive. Featuring a number of high-level participants from across the world, the discussion will focus on challenges involved in achieving a post-COVID recovery, which will also bring us closer to social justice, and also the need for a forward-looking progressive response. Let me introduce quickly the participants of this high-level panel. First, we will start with Guy Ryder, the Director General of the International Labour Organization, the ILO. Helen Clark, the former UNDP administration head, will follow former Prime Minister of New Zealand. Then we will have Camilla Bruckner with me in the studio in the European Parliament building, the representative of the United Nations Secretary General to the EU and the director of the UN office in Brussels. She will be followed by Howard Lee Chuan Hao, the former State Youth and Sports Minister for the state of Perak, Malaysia, former UC President and a State Legislative Assembly person for Perak State in Malaysia. Merav Mihaly, Minister of Transport and Road Safety from Israel, will also join us. She is the leader of the Labour Party in Israel. And last but not least, we will also have Arantxa González Leia, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation from Spain. Welcome you all to this conversation. I very much look forward to the interventions. And I believe that starting with a video message from the head of the ILO from Geneva is indeed very appropriate because COVID-19 has disrupted the lives and livelihoods of billions of workers. And it has turned the spotlight on weak labor rights, insufficient social protection in many places across the world. As economies slowly and unevenly reopen after the pandemic, I believe the question is how can we make sure we took the right lessons from the crisis? And we also need to ask, what do we need to do to ensure a fair recovery, how it can be made possible, and how a new social contract can be developed. Let's listen to the message from Guy Ryder.
Colleagues, dear friends, the pandemic is continuing to have tremendous impacts on employment across the globe. The ILO's latest estimates show that at a global level, labour market recovery from the pandemic has stalled in 2021. The number of hours worked in the world remains significantly below its pre-pandemic level by a margin of the equivalent of 125 million full-time jobs, and it's now flatlining. And the damage has been unequal. Employment has declined more for women, youth, and medium and low-skilled workers, with major differences also across sectors. Prospects for labour market recovery remain uneven and uncertain in the face of supply chain disruptions, energy price spikes, inflation worries, and debt distress. And the COVID-19 crisis has been a dramatic setback to sustainable development for a world which was already badly off track in its pursuit of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There is a great divergence between the recovery paths of higher and of lower income countries. And this is linked closely to the availability of financial resources for fiscal stimulus and to the availability of vaccines. This is not building back better. We are leaving many countries and millions of people behind. Colleagues, as good a measure as any of our success in building back better will be the extent to which our policies contribute and contribute better than before to realising the UN 2030 agenda. A recovery that returns us to a pre-pandemic trajectory would be clearly insufficient. We need global solutions to the global challenges we face, and we need to include working people in that response. For its part, the ILO adopted in June a global call to action for a human-centred recovery, proposing a series of measures that invest in people, their skills, their health, their social protection, and that leaves no one behind. And at the UN General Assembly this year, the Secretary-General launched a global accelerator for jobs and social protection that is designed to do just this. It aims to channel national and international, public and private financial flows to social protection floors, the creation of decent jobs, and the process of a just transition to carbon neutrality, the importance of which we understand all too clearly as we emerge from COP26. Your strong support for this UN Global Accelerator would help all countries to realise these objectives. All of this to foster a recovery that is inclusive, sustainable and resilient, very much in line with the objectives of the Global Progressive Forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank Guy Ryder for this message. I believe he explained with no ambiguity what is at stake at this stage at the post-COVID global recovery. And that gives me an excellent opportunity to invite Helen Clark into the conversation, especially focusing on global preparedness and the need for a coordinated response. I'm putting these questions into the center because we do have the impression that the actions of various states remained fragmented and uneven, even at this fourth wave of the COVID-19 crisis. So, Ms. Helen Clark, my question is, how would you see the role of progressives, how progressives in different parts of the world could come together in order to address this situation? What could be one or two key political or policy pathways to do so?
Thank you. And I think there's two key pathways I'll highlight, while agreeing with everything that Guy Ryder said about the inclusive human-centered recovery at the national level. Firstly, progressives need to come together to argue for vaccine equity. We're facing now a rollout scenario with vaccines which would see much of Africa not reached until 2023. Now, we know that none of us are safe until all of us are safe. we are protracting this pandemic with the uneven and inequitable rollout. And I would say to progressives in high-income countries, whether you're in governments or in parliament as opposition members of parliament, whether you're in the professions, academia, NGOs, just keep raising your voice for your governments to do the right thing. High-income countries ordered twice as many doses of vaccines as they needed. They've been sitting on them, they've been hoarding them, sometimes discarding them when the shelf life's gone, when countries in the global south are desperate for them. This is ridiculous. We need scaled up manufacturing, and the countries where the major companies are headquartered need to be putting pressure on to get manufacturing out to the global south. And as well, of course, there's the TRIPS waiver, the trade-related intellectual properties agreement of WTO, which should kick in to make goods required to fight the pandemic, like therapeutics and vaccines, readily available. Second point that progressives need to raise their voices on, we need a strengthened multilateral system. It's not just about WHO, it needs strengthening too. But we need a new global architecture. We need a global oversight council that's going to keep political momentum and mobilization around the awareness of pandemic preparedness and response. The independent panel that I co-chaired for the World Health Assembly was very, very strong on this. We need a dedicated financing mechanism based on ability to pay and going to those who require support for preparedness and response. We need new legal instruments, a new pandemic treaty, revised international health regulations. We need a global public goods model design for the future for allocating goods needed to fight pandemics like vaccines and therapeutics. And we need to empower the WHO, which doesn't, as it stands, have the power to automatically access the site of an outbreak, to publish information that it has, not really empowered to act in a precautionary fashion when it sees a pandemic coming down the track. There's so much to do, and we really count on progressive voices raising these issues of equity and of strengthening the multilateral system for responses. We could make this the last pandemic. If we don't act now, we are doomed to repeat this rather sad lesson of history. Thank you.
Through in excellent quality from New Zealand, and stressing the importance of a stronger multilateral coordination indeed is something which we'll continue to speak about. I would like to now turn to Camilla Brückner, who is with me in the studio. She represents the UN Secretary General in Brussels, and maybe that's why I would like to start with a quote from Antonio Guterres, who said the following: "We are at an inflection point in history. The COVID-19 pandemic has served as a wake-up call, and with the climate crisis now looming, the world is experiencing its biggest shared test since Second World War." We know about the UN's Our Common Agenda, which sets a path to tackle future challenges, but there are many who fear that the political will by several states is not there to implement it at this moment. From a UN perspective, what do you think is necessary to be done in order to secure a future with shared and sustainable prosperity for people and our planet?
Well, thank you, first of all, very much for letting me participate. And indeed, as you said, and as the SG has said, this is an inflection point in history. As remarked by him, we are facing two opposed scenarios. One where we'll continue business as usual and ignore the warning signs we have so clearly: climate, disasters, inequality, social upheaval, and etc. But we also have another scenario where we can implement the solutions that we already know exist, but where we need now the political commitment that our leaders have already taken in 2015 and using this opportunity to build a fairer and greener world. So the SG's Our Common Agenda report, which was drafted at the request of the member states and after very extensive consultation, has presented some solutions or some recommendations on how to go forward. And it basically concludes that we do not need to reinvent the wheel. We have the existing tools and finance and now need to accelerate action to implement existing agreements. And in order to do this, the SG has proposed a series of very punctual actions to be undertaken by the UN and the UN member states and all its partners. And the recommendations, if I can just quickly outline those for the purpose of those who may not know the Common Agenda, can be grouped into 4 broad areas. They call on renewed solidarity between peoples and future generations. It calls for a new social contract anchored in human rights. It calls for better management of critical issues of global concerns, just as like Helen Clark just mentioned. For peace, the economy, health, and our planet. And finally, also calls for United Nations that is upgraded so it can meet the challenges of a new era. I think we are in a place where multilateral systems are no longer just a means to an end, but it's also an end in itself if we are to achieve these things. So we already have a roadmap in place and the Sustainable Development Goals and with the Paris Agreement. But we know that progress in achieving the SDGs is already off track, as Guy Ryder also mentioned, and the pandemic has set us even further back. So the report that the Secretary General launched recently, and which was very well received by its member states, aims to turbocharge the work on the Sustainable Development Goals so that we can accelerate throughout the decade and taking into account the gaps and the delays caused by the pandemic.
Thank you very much, especially for highlighting the central role of the Sustainable Development Goals. I think this is music to the ears of many of us in Brussels and especially in the European Parliament. And you also highlighted a generational dimension.
Absolutely.
And I think this connects very well with our next speaker, who became known as a youth leader, Howard Lee Chuan Hao. You are with us, connecting from Malaysia, and we would like to hear your views, especially from the perspective of the disruption that has been caused by the pandemic and the devastating consequences in various parts of the world. As we know, this pandemic has deeply affected the quality of democracy, democratic freedoms in various countries, including Europe, but also in Asia and elsewhere. Coming from Malaysia, what is your take on how progressive forces can address this situation?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I feel positively dwarfed by the panel in comparison to myself. I'm quite glad that you mentioned that Malaysia, or many countries actually, especially in this region, has suffered many democratic rollback. But I think in this particular context, even without the pandemic, democracy is sadly one of these things that is a double-edged sword that often kind of cuts both ways. It's not the most perfect way of handling a civilization, but it's the only way that we have, and it's the only way that we must proceed. But especially in the country where I'm from, as the world was going through, hell and hellfire, trying to deal with saving lives and livelihoods, a series of political coups d'état took place, spearheaded by a group of selfish politicians just to gain power as people basically losing the will to live, with or without the virus. And as a result of that, we've had basically extremely bad governance, almost no governance, increase in corruption, and many lives have been lost unnecessarily. But I do, I do wish, as we have extremely, high calibered speakers here, I wish not to repeat things that others will speak of. But I want to bring a few things that would represent the needs and wants and desperations of the youths. I want to narrow it down to four key areas and four key things. And I think people would understand why I want to bring it down, because maybe these things are not necessary. I come from a region called ASEAN, which Malaysia is part of. And when we speak of a just transition into a post-COVID world, we're also talking about a huge swathe, a proportion of the global population that will be highly affected. And here in ASEAN, I mean, just to give you some context, COVID-19 has devastated employers and workers. In 2020, 8.4% of working hours, 10.6 million jobs, 7.8% of labor income were lost, wiped out. And in Malaysia, which is part of the middle income bloc of countries, which includes 75% of the world's population, but actually only represents only 1/3 of the global GDP. And middle income countries face diverse challenges of achieving the SDGs, as we have mentioned several times. And this will include shortfalls in digital infrastructure, food, essential medicines, and training. And I'll lump it down to I would say, three key areas of challenges. Number one, we face training skills and basically a crisis of training skills and education, bringing on maybe not just one, but two lost generations. Number two, economic crises that I think we are seeing with our own eyes. I want to tell you many stories, but we don't have time for that. And at the end, what we started with a democratic crisis. Now, the four key things that I think may not sound very macro, but done in a micro way will bring macro consequences. And number one, I call for each and every single one of us, nations, states, individuals, NGOs, and CSOs, to support and build the digital resilience of medium, small, and micro enterprises, and inculcate a culture of local content and supply chains that contribute to decent jobs and economic growth, in line with SDG 12, one of my favorites, which is responsible production and consumption. The second one, how can I put it? I'd like to call for the initiation, per se, of a just and equitable upskilling and broadening of skills development, lifelong learning, and other active labor market policies, and more importantly, a decommercialization and deprofiteering of technical and vocational training to facilitate successful labor market, and in ensuring it is a needs and demand-based agenda by designing and working with employers, right? A lot of people profiteer from education and training. We must stop that. I'm not saying tone it down, we must stop it. The third one is, now this is going to sound very controversial, well-established multilateral organizations and their member states, however imperfect, like the European Union, must engage directly and cooperate to take joint actions with civil society organizations, with NGOs, and with elected officials. Now, controversial here, especially those who are not in government. In countries like Malaysia, who have suffered from huge democratic setbacks, to take proactive, bold, and innovative actions to fill the policy voids that incompetent and undemocratically established governments are unable to fill. And lastly, and something that to me is extremely important, is to address the increasing disillusionment and distrust towards not just politics, not just politicians, but a gross mistrust and distrust towards democracy as a result of those who have opportunistically assaulted democratic institutions, using the pandemic as a disguise. I'd like to encourage or ask your help, everyone's here's help, to encourage SDG-centric mediation and facilitation between political forces, left and right and center, and even non-ideological political forces in victim nations like Malaysia through all channels possible, with the end game being to break down traditional political walls that have hindered cooperation for the greater good, to build back democracy better, based on resetting, reconciling, and refocusing on the needs of the people, of the planet, by working towards achieving the SDGs. Now, if we can do these four things and focus on the three key crises that, from a youth point of view and from a ASEAN point of view, I think we'll make great headways towards the SDGs.
Thank you. That was a very clear list and particularly interesting for me when you spoke about skills and training. I used to be responsible for the European Social Fund, and indeed that's a great instrument to deliver what you explained, to ensure that skills and innovation, the competitiveness of the entire workforce is seen as a public good. And it's an important investment in human resources, human capital, without indeed the dominance of private profiteering. But the next speaker, Merav Michaeli, is I think with us, and we would need to go back to the question of democracy and its resilience, because indeed the COVID-19 pandemic has posed a great challenge in this field. Human rights at stake in many parts of the world. How can this fight against the pandemic be combined with the fight for human rights and for upholding and even deepening democratic values?
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure being here in this very important discussion. So I think maybe the most important bottom line from COVID as far as lessons go is that I think it reminded everyone that the state matters. The state can and needs to take care of its people, that not everything can be privatized, and that we need each other, and we need social equality, social democracy, and social policies in order to go through difficult things in life. And actually, this for me is the basis for restoring democracy, because if we look back and examine what made it possible for the relatively brief golden age of post-World War II, where we established a strong democracy in Europe and in the US and in Israel also. What happened to us as progressives is that we were under the impression that we can go beyond social democracy and focus more on identity politics. That became the focus of our democratic fights and struggles. And I think today, more than ever, it's clear that the number one thing that allowed the golden age of democracy was that people had personal and private existential security. Financially, economically, the fact that they knew they had a kind of contract with society and with the state, that if they do their best to handle their fears and their anxieties, then certainly they will have a job with a dignified salary to live on. They will have future for their children. They will have a house to live in. They will be able to provide good education with prospect for their offsprings. This is all almost gone, or in many places it is gone. And when people do not have this basic, this very, very basic existential security, it is a fertile background for hatred, for xenophobia, for homophobia, for any phobia actually. It is a fertile ground on which you can incite against strangers, against enemies, against anyone who is not you. It is heaven for populists who want to take advantage of people's weaknesses and people's fears and to use it in order to accumulate power, which is being abused and enlarging inequality and enhancing fear, and it becomes a vicious circle from which we have to come out of today. So for me, I think the most important thing that we should take out of COVID is exactly that. Going back to social democracy, going back to a welfare state, going back to a more just division of income and resources, shrinking inequality as much as we possibly can, not allowing people to have models which they see they can never reach and feel deprived and poor and unprivileged in relation to. We have to make sure that the state really does take care of its citizens and its people, that it supplies them the proper welfare, education, health, infrastructure. We all know that this is rewarding. This is something that benefits the economy. This is something that's good for growth. And of course, right now, our most pressing challenge is to create economical prosperous without pollution, without what we used to do in order to enhance growth that brought us this horrible and huge climate crisis that we're facing. We have to tackle the climate crisis. We have to do everything that's so needed in order to deal with it, and at the same time go back to taking care of the people on the basic things that give people the personal, private, family, existential security that is the foundation for democracy.
Thank you very much, Minister, for this very clear explanation. I think it's extremely clear from your words that tackling the climate crisis and promoting welfare is not a trade-off. We have to address both and have an agenda which promotes this simultaneously and also address the security dimension, which you also stress. Now, let me complete the round of the first interventions with Arantxa Gonzalez, who is with us. And I would like to ask her about the role of international trade, not least because the COVID crisis, the recession also resulted in a disruption of mobility, a disruption of international economic relations. And that also obviously has very high costs. And this makes addressing inequalities, addressing poverty more difficult. And despite these disruptions, we have seen also signs of protectionism and great difficulties of various governments, but also multilateral actors to find the right pathway. Can you help us to find the progressive answer in these circumstances?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, Laszlo, for the invitation to discuss how do we build back better. My starting point will be that what we've learned the hard way with the pandemic is how interdependent we are. And certainly this is the case for international trade. We are now, we saw this during the pandemic, whether it was for people's mobility, whether it was for purchasing and distribution of vaccines, whether it was to feed people during the pandemic, we had to rely largely on international trade. What we are seeing today is that an event somewhere on the value chain of semiconductors, on the logistics and distribution, on the shipping of the goods that come to us has a very big impact. We are seeing how current gluts in international trade is translating into inflation at home. So it matters that we manage this interdependence and that we do this in a cooperative spirit. From this point of view, I think in the area of international trade, progressives need to be able to do two things. I would suggest that, firstly, we need to ensure that international trade rules, multilateral trade rules, the institution that represents them, the World Trade Organization, is strengthened. That we build stronger international rules to manage better the highest levels of interdependence that we have today. And we will have a test to do this at the end of this month. The WTO members are meeting for their ministerial conference, and on the agenda they have important decisions to make, from ending subsidies to overfishing that are depleting our oceans. This is a commitment governments took when they signed on to the Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's to build fairer agricultural trading rules, whether it is to regulate for the first time electronic commerce, this growing part of international trade, and the way we regulate it will matter for the small and medium enterprises, as Howard Lee was telling us a minute ago. Or even taking a commitment to use a gender lens to the international trade rules that we will build. All this is what's on the agenda, and ensuring our trading system is more resilient because we have built rules that are adapted to today's realities would be essential. But the second part of the answer has to do with what governments need to do at home. It's not enough to make trade possible, which is what the World Trade Organization rules would do. This is what makes trade possible. We still need to make trade work. And above all, we need to make sure that trade works for all. And this requires a more resilient social safety nets back home. So as we build greater openness and bigger international rules to manage our independence, we also have to make sure that the rules for the social contract at home is stronger. We need to invest in policies that ensure education and training, in particular technical training and skills building that is up to today's world, not yesterday's world, but what is required today. We need to ensure decent work for all at home. We need to ensure better and fairer taxation systems at home. So I think, Laszlo, the answer is let's build more resilience internationally by fostering greater multilateral cooperation, but let's not forget that part of the success will depend on stronger social safety nets at home too.
Thank you very much, Arantxa, for these points. Trade indeed is crucial, but social safety nets, as you highlighted, cannot be ignored. They should also be strengthened. Look, altogether, after the first round of intervention, we have about 9 minutes left. My suggestion is the following. Why don't we invite all the speakers for a second intervention? Starting with Helen Clark, who might have been a bit shorter than others. So Helen Clark could speak for about 2 minutes, and then everyone else would have another 1 minute intervention to respond to the critical issues which we heard about: sustainable development goals, multilateralism, democracy, welfare states. Helen Clark, the floor is yours.
Well, I think everyone's on the same page that we need an inclusive recovery and we need a sustainable and resilient recovery. This has been a pandemic of inequalities, both at the global level between high-income countries and the low and low middle-income countries. And at home, it's been a pandemic of inequalities too across our societies. In New Zealand at the moment, we're on the last mile of getting to very high levels of vaccination, but who gets left behind? Indigenous people, people who use drugs, the homeless, those who are in very straitened circumstances. And when we take one size fits all approaches to very important public health campaigns, we inevitably miss people out. And we should have learnt these lessons a long time ago. So I think the watchword going forward is inclusion. We need to address the marginalisation in our societies. We need to make universal health coverage really universal. We need solid social safety nets, the universal basic social protection that Michelle Bachelet's report for one, Somavia, and the ILO talked about all those years ago, and which Arantxa just reinforced. We need good social safety nets. We need to be addressing health inequities. So there's really a big social and economic agenda that comes out of this. And on the sustainable side of the recovery, there was talk from a relatively early stage in the pandemic, coming out of leading business circles like the World Economic Forum in Geneva, that we could have a great reset, and it could be a sustainable world going forward. But then I suppose because of the blows to GDP growth, there was a rush back to business as usual. And we don't want to miss the opportunity for doing things differently. You know, in periods of lockdown, we could hear the insects in our suburbs. We could hear the birds sing. They could see the mountains for the first time in Kathmandu, the air quality in Delhi, which is just so bad again that the schools have had to be closed. You know, people actually could breathe in Delhi. So, you know, we saw what the world could be like if we did focus on sustainability and the quality of the environment. The COP conference has just reminded us how important it is to take steps to save our climate ecosystem so it can perform the services for us all that we need. I think that as progressives, we should be ambitious coming out of this. We've got a moment of time, and if we don't seize that moment, we lapse back into the same bad old ways with economies and societies, leaving people behind and losing the opportunity to really act for sustainability. So that's my message. Seize the moment.
Many thanks, Helen Clark. Speaking to us from New Zealand, Camilla Brückner, with me in the studio. What would be your concluding thoughts after this roundtable?
Well, I'm heavily affected now, speaking just after my former boss, Helen Clark. So I've been well taught, you could say, and I largely agree with many of the things you said. But I've just come from a panel of private sector actors, also on discussing sustainability. And when I talk to many partners, there seems to be a large consensus on where we need to go. The UN and UNDP in particular has also done a lot of surveys lately, up to the COP, up to other big meetings, where we take the temperature, especially on youth, on what they think needs to be done and where we need to go. And again, here we see very big support for many of these measures that are proposed by the Secretary General or others. So we have to ask ourselves, what is it that stops us from making that change? Why is it that we cannot get over this barrier? And why do we get the anti-vaxxers? Why do we get people who feel left behind or left off the general stream of discussions, etc. So I think one of the things that has been mentioned many times in this debate is inclusion and participation. That is absolutely a must. And to reestablish this so-called social contract between governments and institutions and its people, because if we don't have this trust, it will be very difficult to advance these common goals, even though we agree. And this is another factor that we are looking at closely in the UN as well, the whole aspect of behavior. What is it that is needed to change our behavior, even though we believe in where we need to go? What is it that holds us back? So these are some of the things that we need to emphasize and look closer at, and in partnership with as many stakeholders as possible going forward.
Indeed, without participation, inclusion is a theory.
Exactly. So, and I hope we don't need another pandemic to prove to us that this is could be the end game. So we really need to take these steps now.
Okay, Howard Lee from Malaysia, give us a punchline.
On social safety net, or universal solidarity, as I would like to call it, it must be away from this just-in-time mindset, and it has to be everything just in case. On the post-COVID economy, what does it look like? How should it feel like? What should it deliver? It needs to be a human economy that's based on human needs and must put human needs and delivering of human needs front and center of it all. On the SDGs, well, I'd like to mention that someone very powerful once said, "Man holds in his mortal hands the power to abolish all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life." We need to stop fighting each other. The left, the center left, social democrats needs to come together to make the achievement of the SDGs possible, and the right aren't going to bring us all together. So it is incumbent upon us, the left, to do that. And lastly, the SDGs, according to Jeff Sachs several years ago in Brussels, said does not only stand for Sustainable Development Goals, it also stands for social democratic goals. I long for the day, hopefully before 2030, that it is no longer goals, but the real new norm. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Arantxa Gonzalez, the floor is yours. Give us a concluding remark from your side.
Well, I want to conclude with the role of the state and the role of governments. And I liked a lot Meraf raising this a minute ago. It's politicians, it's political leaders that need to exercise the leadership today to show that international cooperation is not just a nice set of words, but that they are ready to do it. And they are ready to put more eggs into international cooperation because this is what protects their people more. So the return of the state, the return of political leadership, and the return of public policies is what I like to see if we are to build this more inclusive, sustainable and resilient future.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank wholeheartedly to all participants of this truly and genuinely global roundtable. This is only the end of the United For session. This is definitely not the end of the Global Progressive Forum, which continues. So please stay tuned to the forthcoming actions. And in order to facilitate this, of course, colleagues in FEBS, but also in the European Parliament have been working hard. So I also express my appreciation for their work. Thank you all and wishing you all the best.
Another great panel with Laszlo Andor moderating. We heard a lot of fantastic things from an illustrious amount of speakers, some sound bites like a universal solidarity, a social safety net, a human economy, shrinking inequalities, and not missing the opportunity to do things differently now that the pandemic has given us the opportunity to step back and see how climate was affected in a positive way by less human pollution. We talked about Great Reset from Helen Clark and about establishing a new social contract. And if these are issues that matter to you, there is going to be a speech, a panel on this the last day, Tuesday, the 19th of November, on the new social contract. So be sure to tune in on Friday at 5 p.m. as well. But for now, let's have a look at how our social media is doing. Do we have any poll results, Adrien?
Yes, we do have some votes in our poll. So I remind you the question that we asked, what is your progressive dream for the next 10, 15 years? For the moment, it seems that people want, in majority, a green transition, and reducing poverty and inequalities.
Yes.
Also, lots of votes for stopping deforestation.
Stopping deforestation, amazing.
Exactly. Fighting gender-based violence, kicking out dictators, and animal welfare.
Animal welfare, great.
So for the moment, it goes in that direction.
Are they a tie, or is there one that goes above the fray?
There are some ties, but I would say Yeah, the green transition is
the green transition, which makes sense.
Is the winner for the moment.
It's also what our panels have been focusing on
Yes.
a lot in the day so far. So thank you for voting. Continue to vote. The vote will be open throughout the Global Progressive Forum the next 3 days. Do we have any comments from social media users?
I spotted one comment that I thought was really interesting, because it makes the link also with what we're going to talk about afterwards. The comment says, "You have talked the talk, but can you walk the walk?
Ah.
Do we have the ability to act together to get out of the crisis? Do we have concrete measures?" So it's true that we talk a lot about what we should do, what should be done, but we
who is we? When we say we, who is we? Is it actually, do we mean we the people, we the politicians? And actually our next speaker is working on the local level and is a person who very much talks the talk and walks the walk. Her name is Kata Tutto. She's deputy mayor of Budapest. She's also a vice president in the Party of European Socialists in the Committee of the Regions. And we are going to hear a little bit about how Budapest has been faring in a little while from her once we get the connection going. In the meantime, is there something that you noticed?
Apparently the connection is back, yes.
Okay, great. This is live TV, guys. So let's please welcome Kata. Kata, can you hear us? Almost? Or we got her?
I'm sure it won't be long.
Well, while we wait for Kata, why don't we talk a little bit about what we can do on the local level as citizens here? What kind of social engagements would you consider walking the walk and not just talking the talk?
I think it's about like showing that we're doing something, like not showing, but doing something on the ground. I myself am very much concerned about the climate crisis, and I would imagine if one day I have the opportunity to do my own project, to do something that's close to the earth, working the earth, working.
You mentioned that during lockdown you were growing your own plants.
Yes, yes, but I also think it's important. So something that would help fight climate change, that will help us, get food from a good quality food. But also, I would also imagine something that's inclusive, that has a social aspect. Working with minorities, working with people that don't have the same luck in life, that didn't have the same luck in life, and that as I did. This is still theoretical, but yes, this would be walking the walk.
This would be how you would interpret walking the walk.
Yes, doing something concrete on the ground, really have an impact, really try to, at your level, reduce CO2 emissions, like start to go for transition.
More ethically, think about how you travel, perhaps, think about what you buy.
Yes.
It's.
I was also very much inspired by one. I don't know if he already spoke in the GPF4 event, but this man that invented cities in transition. This British man, I don't remember his name. So giving us techniques on how to change, like a city that is polluting into a city that is more, like greener. That really is as a social aspect that includes everybody. So yes, I think that's super interesting, and that's what we should do.
Great. And because this is very much about focusing on what we can do, let's launch the Global Progressive Forum video, Focus on People. We have Kata?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. I'll just say that we don't have you, and then we will miraculously have the next speaker every time. Hello, Kata, can you hear us?
Hello, I do hear you. I hope you hear me too. Thank you.
Finally, yes, it's lovely to see you. Welcome to the Global Progressive Forum. So I introduced you earlier when we were waiting for the commission the connection to be established, but for once more. You're the deputy mayor of Budapest, and you have been working a lot on, you've been chairing the operational group responsible for the COVID-19 pandemic in Budapest. So we've just had a panel on a fair post-COVID world. How did you, in your position, experience its impact in Budapest?
Well, all of us felt it. So I think the city networks had real sense in this COVID crisis, not just domestic networks, but the international networks, because like mayors all over Europe were facing the same situation. It didn't matter who was in their position for 20 years or just recently elected. We faced a challenge we've never seen before, and we were looking for answers together. Just to jump back in time a little bit, just before COVID, what we were working on the European level, European cities, we were trying to connect our citizens. That was our main aim. We believe that if we want happy cities, happier citizens, we have to have the neighbors know each other, help each other, build communities. So we were opening up public spaces, building connections, having people use public transport, creating communities. And what came with the COVID is that from one moment to the other, we had to tell people not to connect, stay at home. And our concept of safety changed in a moment. All of our big European cities are building their big public transport system to be safe and using clean energy and having people put down in car. And from one moment to the other, what was safe before and what was the right path seemed dangerous. Still in this recovery, if we can call it a post-COVID recovery phases, because it's not. We're in the middle of a new wave in Budapest. But we still couldn't get people's trust back to public transports. Safety, redefining safety in public spaces is still a big challenge. And what COVID highlighted on in like every big city is housing differences, the big gaps. Like staying at home, it's not the same if you have a big garden and a house on your own, if you live in one room with all of your family. It also highlighted the digital gap. It highlighted the care gap. Homeschooling meant, in most of the times, women staying at home with their children, caring for their elderly parents, highlighting on non-paid work. And of course, there were a lot of talks here already about on domestic violence, violence against women. And what is the role of the cities? So when we look at the green transition, when we look at implementation, when we look at less CO2 emissions, when we look at adaptations to the new circumstances, it's mostly cities who has to implement it. Local authorities has to implement it. So we do a lot of thinking and we do a lot of work. So we have been walking on this green path and even sometimes staggering, but we're still walking. What we are looking at on the European level is this new green transition. The European Union has a plan and has tools so this plan can come into reality. Next Generation EU is about a green transition. But what we are looking at from a social democratic point of view is the just transition part. I'm working now on an opinion on gender and the Green Deal, because what we see is that this Green Deal is gender blind. We are preparing to transform our cities, our societies, our economies without knowing how will this affect men and women in our societies, in our cities. What we know is the existing inequalities, but without data, without looking at the effects, we don't know exactly if this transition, this very, very fast transition, will it close these gaps or will these widen the gaps? On the other part, we were talking about trust and reflecting on the last panel. Well, what I see as a challenge is that in the COVID pandemic, we promised our citizens one thing, not just in Budapest, not just in Hungary, all over Europe. We promised them that if they will be vaccinated, the pandemic will be over, they will be free, there will be no restrictions. We have the vaccines, our citizens more or less are vaccinated, and now we're still in a new wave. Like in Budapest, we're in the fourth wave. I know it's different everywhere, and restrictions are coming again. We are having the mask time again, and this doesn't really build public trust. We face this on the local level, that we told them that they will be free if they get vaccinated. Most of them got vaccinated. And it seems like everything is starting over again, closing of the schools, wearing the mask, all the restrictions. And the other part, what I see, there is a lot of change going on. We want to have our citizens, and this is, I think, why the local level is very important, because on a day-to-day basis, we do these battles of the green transition. So there are a lot of things going on at the same time. An energy transition, which now has an effect in skyrocketing energy prices with a winter coming. We want to change in how people we want them to put down their cars, which is a big battle. We want them to use public transport, but the safety of public transport is still challenged. We want them to waste less, to recycle, use less plastic, but the pandemic brought back a lot of plastic in the past time. So we see that there is a lot of change going on, not losing our citizens in this, making them move on this path, helping them is more important than ever. And regulations on the local level, state regulations, price regulations, and looking at the most vulnerable is more important than ever in this transition, because we always say nobody will be left behind, but we see that there are too many vulnerable groups who should be looked at and should be taken with us.
Lose them on the way. That is, you're echoing very much what we've heard of so far. And in fact, the next panel, which we have to unfortunately cut to immediately because we're running a little bit short, is exactly on creating sustainable growth. And sustainable growth includes the green component, includes it being fair and equitable. And I'd like to see if Beatrice is on the line. Is she ready for us? Thank you very much, Kata. Thank you very much, Kata. Hello, Beatrice. You will be leading the next panel on sustainable growth. What are you looking forward to discussing?
Green and the digital transition in trying to bring the economic, be talking about the many ways in which trade can help to promote sustainable growth in other countries, and how we can all bring together our experiences to come up out of these crises better. And for that, I have an amazing panel of speakers that are going to bring different perspectives into the conversation.
Fantastic. Well, I'll let you right to it, and we'll all look forward to watching that. Thank you very much, Beatrice. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, welcome and good afternoon to those of you who are joining us live now. We're live from the Global Progressive Forum in Brussels, and we're going to be talking indeed about sustainable growth. And for that, I am very happy to have a full female panel today, which is not very common, but it's actually a great idea, and it's also great news, because sustainable growth is also about gender. So that's a component when we talk about this indeed. So I would like to welcome first Ana Gomes, who is a former diplomat, and she is also a former member of the European Parliament from Portugal. Hello, Ana, how are you doing? And I would like to welcome as well here with me on the studio Tove Maria Rieden, who is part of the tax justice direction at the European Network of Debt. Thank you for being here with us.
My pleasure.
And last but not least, we have Lina Kerr, who is the Confederal Secretary at the European Trade Union Confederation. Thank you so much for joining us today, Lina. Okay, let's start this conversation. And, we have been seeing over the past few months that the economy has been struggling due to the impact of the pandemic. And when we were all going back to work and we were planning on the recovery, there was a lot of talk about not going back to business as usual, trying to make a huge change and trying to make sure that when we recover our economies, we do it in a sustainable way so that we can see a change. So I was wondering, and I'm going to start first asking this to Anna, is sustainable growth actually compatible with sustained growth in the long term, and especially with inclusive growth?
It has to be, definitely, but I'm not sure that we are on the right track. The rhetoric is changing for good, but I don't know if we were walking the talk. Definitely, we need some dramatic changes, those imposed by the long-term transitions, the energy and digital transformations, and to make it really fair, inclusive, green. We need to do much more, as we have just seen in the COP26, which is by extremely an extreme disappointment to many, and of course we don't know also the impact of the pandemics, even in the short term, where we are all, I mean, all the economists will tell you that the evolution of demand is the crucial question. There are moderate signs of recovery in Europe, but in the US we see these inflationary pressures, and they might contaminate us. We need the ECB to resist, to keep low interest rates. But of course, we don't know the impact of the pandemics. And in this respect, there's something that goes behind, that affects everything, which is the fact that we have not ensured universal vaccination, and not in the EU, but definitely even worse in the rest of the world. And just accepting this inequality, it's outrageous, it's immoral. But actually not doing what we need to do to ensure that we are not at the mercy of the variants of the variants. We need indeed to ensure universal vaccination, and the EU should for long have been joined all the others who want to waive the patents of the vaccines. We cannot be waiting for second generation vaccines. We need to ensure that there is fast universal vaccination all over the world. Otherwise, we are at the mercy of the variants, and that may compromise all recovery. And of course, we need dramatic change in the approach for a just transition. And I'm sure that Tove will speak about that in more detail. But the question of fairness in taxation is crucial, because our member states and our institutions, the union, needs investment resources, and public investment requires that the states are indeed equipped with the money for that investment. And in this moment, as we know, the tax system and the fiction that taxation is not a EU matter, but is actually a national sovereignties matter, leads us to the extreme unfairness and the worst deception that actually compromises the trust of the citizens in our governments and in the European institutions. Because when we just know recently how, some of us knew already, but now it's been publicly confirmed that the so-called Commission on the Code of Conduct on Taxation at the Council level is indeed a commission on bad conduct. We know that, for instance, Unilever and Shell Royal Dutch companies have just announced their movement to UK to escape taxes in the Netherlands. Some of our member states are now tasting the poison they have generated with this tax dumping system that is prevailing. So the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Ireland, and so on. We cannot allow this to continue. And we need indeed public investment for sound and decisive transformation in the digital and in energy. And apart from that, that also requires that we duly involve the people. And you cannot proceed with these transitions without informing the people and indeed ensuring conditions for a fair and inclusive transformation. Labor regulations, we cannot continue with these labor regulations that go back to the days of the ordo neoliberalism. We had those in the Troika years. I come from Portugal, so we cannot escape the terrible memories of these Troika years and what it meant in terms of regression of labor regulations. So we need new labor regulations, namely considering that we have new forms of labor that now, because of the pandemics, depend a lot of working at home. So regulations that that indeed are adequate to the new conditions of labor, and we cannot allow ourselves to be allowing some of our member states to be kind of heavens for precarity in labor relations and the becoming countries of minimum wages. This is what we are seeing, for instance, in my country, and I'm sure we're not alone. It's the youth. It's the youth that we need to be indeed leading these transitions, these transformations that we cannot alienate anymore in the way we are watching. They are the ones really most sacrifices and most disappointed with our governments and institutions if indeed we do not change dramatically.
Many interesting issues we would like to discuss with the rest of the panelists. And I wanted to come back to Tobe, because you mentioned that we're not walking the talk, like we're not actually moving on into trying to make sure that we move into our sustainable growth, but we're all saying, yeah, we're investing in green, in the green transition, we're making sure that we're not leaving anyone behind. Do you agree that even though we're making these big speeches, we're actually not doing the work?
Absolutely. I think one reason why this crisis became so bad to begin with was that we come out of many years of underinvestment and even austerity in our public services, including healthcare, but also in the green transition. And when we talk about growth and the importance of growth, it's also important to ask what is growing. We've been saying for many years that we can't just look at GDP and say, oh, well, if GDP goes up, it must mean that everything gets better. We need to look at the details of what is moving in society. Of course, if what is growing is actually inequality, then for most people, the situation will be getting worse. And also, Anna also mentioned the issue of tax. Of course, we've also come out of a long period of growth in tax havens. We see big multinational corporations and wealthy individuals still using tax havens to hide money. And that means that we have problems raising the revenue we need to dig our way out of the crisis. And I think it's interesting that Anna also mentioned COP26 and the climate negotiations, because there is something that cuts across the different things we're discussing. If you look at the climate negotiations or the vaccine discussions or the international tax discussions, we're seeing governments fail to work together to solve the problems. We're seeing this kind of double play where governments, on the one hand, they want to try and get the solutions that they need. Mm-hmm. But then they play a double game where they say, oh, maybe I can get to emit a bit more carbon than the other country, or maybe I can be a tax haven and I can earn a little bit extra by helping multinational corporations avoid tax in other countries.
There's a form of competition between member states, between countries around the world about the sustainable growth in that sense, isn't it?
There is, and the problem is that we end up failing collectively. Whether it comes to vaccinations, we still haven't gotten rid of the virus because there's this competition going on instead of cooperation. And because governments are protecting vested interests, such as big multinational corporations. And this collective failure means that we have a climate crisis, we have a vaccine crisis, and we have a crisis in our tax system as well.
Indeed, we're going to be talking about taxation because I think it's one of the absolute key elements of this discussion. But I wanted to bring Lina in because Anna also mentioned the labor market and how we have seen an evolution in the way the forms of work over the past few months. But sometimes we see that the social protection system are not adapted to those changes. So I was wondering, how do you see this evolution of work over the past few months, and also in the future, how can we make sure that when we move into this direction of sustainable growth, we make sure that we involve everybody and that we don't leave anyone behind?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation, and apologies on behalf of our General Secretary, who was actually supposed to be speaking on the panel, but he was called to an urgent meeting to discuss what is going to happen in the first half of 2022 during the French presidency. But yeah, thank you for the question, and indeed, when we are looking at what is happening in the European economy, I think we are at a really critical point. What is really, really clear is that workers and trade unions cannot really accept that we return to the same jobless growth. We had it after the economic crisis, and precisely because we were measuring GDP, there was this deceived impression that we were actually doing better and we were growing and things were improving. But in reality, we all know that things were not improving because people were left behind. There were no jobs created. Any benefit that the GDP growth brought, it just stayed at company level, and not small or medium size or micro companies that are actually majority in the Europe, but yet again for the big ones. And this is not helping anyone. Building up to the current crisis, the inequality grew. It deepened. It got worse. But at the same time, we were all our member states, because I'm talking purely from a European point of view, from the European perspective. So our governments were all constrained by the Stability and Growth Pact that said that you have 3% limit, you have 60% limit, and nothing more. Okay, the European Commission didn't use the so-called corrective arm and didn't bring forward sanctions, but still there were constant pressure from the Commission towards member states to cut public spending, to cut deficit, not to spend money. And that was all to the detriment of people. And at the end of the day, now with the hindsight, people are actually admitting that it was also for the detriment of our economies. Not just for people. Sorry? When we are talking about social protection, when we are talking about protecting people, what we are seeing now with the crisis, obviously it was wonderful that the reaction to the COVID crisis was very different from this time round. We had emergency measures put in place, and very fast. In terms of European policy making, it was super fast. We had the SURE, the support instrument for member states to cover either unemployment benefits or short-term working schemes, trying to help companies stay afloat so that people are not being made redundant. But nevertheless, we still had 23 million workers who lost their jobs. And we also had 40 million who had been suspended from work. But the picture wasn't as bleak as it could have been without the support instrument. We also have the Next Generation EU instrument, which is there to help our member states out from the depth of the crisis. There are possibilities in the national recovery plans to invest in public services, to try to fill the gaps, basically, that were created by the austerity after the previous crisis. If you're looking at what is happening in the labor market, and unfortunately what we see is that instead of supporting the sustainable growth with quality job creation, we actually have jobs that are precarious. They are part-time. They are informal in the sense of people being pushed into self-employment or even worse, bogus self-employment. So even data shows that despite the fact that statistically we have more people in employment than before, but if you look behind it, if you look at the actual hours worked, then this is lagging behind, which is very clear indication that something is wrong with these jobs that people are entering in. We know that the youth have extreme difficulties in entering the labor market. We know that this is extremely difficult in the current situation for women to keep the jobs, if they have the jobs, to keep the jobs while their children are at home. They have to take care of homeschooling, the kindergartens are closed, on top of that, the usual care responsibilities that women have in any case. On top of it all, the so-called frontline workers are predominantly women who kept us fed and clothed and cared and treated in the hospitals. They are predominantly women. So we women have been kind of double or triple hit by the effects of the crisis. If you look at what kind of this very popular future of work, platform work, everything that is there, the big companies, the platforms are pushing the workers who are working for them, that they are entrepreneurs. They are not. They are dependent people on these platforms. So what we are fighting for at the European level is to have a proper regulation in place that says that the presumption is there for employment. And if the platform wants to prove that actually the people are entrepreneurs, that they are really genuine self-employed, the platform has to do that, but not the other way around. We have to make sure that even if these people are genuine self-employed people, that there are still their income is high enough so that they can actually afford the healthcare, that they can contribute to the social protection systems, that when something happens to them, they can actually, that they are part of the system and they can get something back from the system. Because very often at the moment, these people are earning so little that according to most of the European social protection systems, they don't reach the threshold. So when something happens to them, they become unemployed, they get injured, they are not covered. They are not going to get anything back from the system. So this needs to be definitely changed. When we are looking at what is happening in terms of health and safety, when we are looking at what is happening in terms of pay, the pay is lagging behind. Seriously lagging behind. But what I hear from the employers at European level is that, oh, we need wage moderation. But very clearly, even the European Central Bank says that the inflation is not driven by wage. It is driven by other factors. And quite the contrary, they are concerned that once the other inflationary factors drop, then we are back into the problem that there is no inflation, that we are going to be well below the ECB target of 2%. So there are so many different interlinked issues and problems that we need to take the opportunity now, because so much money is thrown at the market currently. And if we go on the same way, that we leave everything to the belief that market will regulate, no, the market will not regulate. The public money needs to have conditionalities. If it goes into the coffers of the companies, they have to also respect proper working conditions, pay proper
Let me
salaries.
stop you right there because I want to touch upon something that you said before about Next Generation EU and the way that the EU has been responding in a different way than during the previous crisis. And I wanted to bring Anna back in because she was nodding very strongly when you were talking about this. And I was wondering, to what extent do you feel that indeed the EU has given a different response to this crisis from the previous one? And if you think that Next Generation EU can be an instrument to support sustainable growth, considering that it has within the question of green transition, it has the intention of supporting also education, training for workers to make sure that whoever loses its job, they're actually able to rejoin the labor market. And because also within the national plans for the different member states, those objectives are actually part of the way the countries can actually access the money. So how do you see this new response of the EU to this crisis?
I think that the EU Next Generation Fund is really important, a great asset for member states indeed to implement it properly, if they do implement it properly. And I think it's quite significant as well the way it has been agreed to finance the EU Next Generation, where a very conservative mold was finally broken in terms of that financing. But at the same time, I worry with the contradictions that were emerging as well, as Lina was pointing out, from the European authorities. On one hand, they put that money at the available to member states for fostering and financing the recovery in a sense that is compatible with the objectives of the energy and digital transformation. On the other hand, we are getting very contradictory pressures on the economy, on enabling, for instance, the companies to keep that kind of profile that Lina was saying, demands that are not sustainable and that are not compatible with fair job creation. And I wonder, and I worry in particular, as Lina was pointing out, that the youth are the ones who are mostly sacrificed, and they are the ones who will lose their faith in governments and in the European Union if you have now the most qualified generation, and if that qualified generation is forced to work in bogus self-employment schemes or under minimum wages and in total precarity, of course, this is a recipe for a disaster for democracy. This will only reinforce the extremist forces against those who want indeed a democratic and strong European Union and strong democracy in our member states.
Indeed, I wanted to talk because there is a contradiction that you both mentioned before, and it's this question, and I think, Tove, you mentioned it as well, and it's this question of, first of all, you want to increase investment both in green and the digital transition, in making sure that everybody is part of the sustainable growth. But then on the other hand, you have the Stability and Growth Pact that was suspended during the crisis, but it's bound to come back in 2023. And talking about the need for investment, we need money, obviously. And one of the ways that we could get that money, could it be taxation? Do you think that there is a chance there to actually bring all that money and come to the society? Are companies paying their fair share? And if they're not, how do we make sure that they actually contribute to the sustainable growth?
Well, this is one very great thing about the discussion about our tax system, is that unlike the talk about the public investment in healthcare or schools or job creation or green transition, when we discuss tax, there's one thing that's very, very clear, which is that there's no lack of money. We have all the money we need to cover our problems. The problem we have is that that money is still tucked away in tax havens, and the very clear answer is no. Multinational corporations are not paying their share of tax. And as we've just seen, also with the Pandora Papers, we still have wealthy elites that are also gaming the tax system. And this is the problem, is that we basically have a tax system where if you're a small and medium enterprise, or if you're a normal worker, you will follow the tax rules or you will get punished. That's how it works. But if you can afford very expensive lawyers, you can buy your way out of the tax system because it's full of loopholes. And this is a problem that, despite all the political discussions, we still have not managed to fix. So we're still losing hundreds of billions of euros every year because of these holes in our tax system. And our tax system is increasing inequality instead of reducing it. In the current situation, that's definitely a problem that we cannot afford to not fix.
And in that sense, we have seen that over the past few months, we saw a negotiation, a global negotiation, in trying to come together and create these global minimum corporate tax that can be absolutely essential to make sure that taxation is fairer across the world. You have been involved in this negotiation. How did you see the final deal, and especially the implementation at European level? We know that the Commission is coming up with a proposal by the end of the year. So how do you see this contributing as well to the recovery?
When it comes to the global tax deal, there's a few important things to notice. The first question is, have you ever tried paying only 15% in tax? There are very few people that have tried to pay only 15% in tax. In fact, we all pay a lot more tax. Even when we go to the supermarket, we pay value-added tax and we pay tax on our own incomes. So first of all, if we have a global agreement that says it's okay for multinational corporations to pay 15% in tax, let's not call it progressive. Let's be aware that this is still deeply unfair. Then there's the loopholes in the deal, and that means they can actually still pay less than 15%. And then comes the fine print, the little details, such as the fact that this extra minimum tax, where's this money going to go? Because the United States was very dominant in the negotiations, they managed to get through that the money will first and foremost go to the countries where the multinational corporations are headquartered. Mm-hmm. So there's a huge inequality in the deal that's going to be very bad for developing countries, but also for many European countries. And the last part of the deal is about the tech giants. We had the big multinational corporations that have benefited so much from the crisis. And the negotiations started out by saying these corporations need to pay more tax. But again, because the United States was so powerful, there's actually a risk that in some countries, this deal will mean a tax cut for the biggest multinational corporations, the tech giants. They might actually end up paying less tax in some countries than they did when we started. So there's still a lot of work to be done on this issue.
Which goes back to what you were mentioning before about this sort of competition between countries and making sure that they benefit as well from this transition. Maybe, Anna, I would like to have a reaction from you as well, because I know that you were very much involved in both the Panama Papers and the LuxLeaks. And I was wondering, how do you see tax evasion being an issue for recovery in Europe? And to what extent do you think that the European Union is actually doing enough to prevent this from happening?
Their part, they created a subcommittee on taxation and was asking all the relevant questions and helping bring out all these important revelations. But we need much more to indeed make our leaders in governments and in the European institutions move. The idea of a minimum corporate tax was actually a progressive one, a socialist one. It was a European one, by the way, and the US were completely rejecting it until Biden came and used the idea in the way which is somewhat positive, but has all the caveats and that Tove has just highlighted. It depends, therefore, on the European Union how to implement it, how to make it in our benefit, and I agree that even the level of the rate is indeed quite disappointing. Piketty and Zuckman have said that the minimum should be 25% rate, and indeed the big question is not allow loopholes like the big tech platforms who have been the ones really benefiting. You can see we have to stop our member states from continuing this dumping tax dumping system, which is a recipe for disaster for us all. And we have to demand transparency, demand the European Union to really act, the Commission and the ECB to act and not allow these schemes that are not only meaning a deviation of resources from our governments, from the public sector, so needed for investment, but as well are enabling all the European countries and financial systems to be accounted for all sorts of money laundering and criminal activities associated. But the contradictions are tremendous. And I'll give you just an example with my own country. I know that there are about 22 billion euros to be recovered by our tax authorities from our corporate, in terms of our corporate taxation. Money that is identified and which has not been collected. 22 billion is a bit more than what the EU Next Generation Fund foresees for us, for Portugal, and it is a bit less the money that has been is to be allocated in the framework of the annual financial program. So if the Portuguese authorities would be able with capacity, and it's not by chance that the tax authorities have not been given capacity in most of our member states to actually do their job, it would be much fairer for all. And of course, this is something that the ECB and the European Commission cannot continue to turn a blind eye.
Absolutely. And as you were saying before, indeed, this is not only a question of the global situation, but it's especially what's happening in the European Union and the fact that indeed we have tax dumping being used by some member states in a way that they are disrupting the single market, which is a major issue. Before we continue with the conversation, because I wanted to move a little bit more into the global perspective, I wanted to launch a video for you to see, and I'm going to ask you to comment on that. It's about the world's largest 10 economies in 2030 and has been created by Visual Capitalists. Here's the video.
Today's emerging markets are tomorrow's powerhouses. According to a recent forecast from Standard Chartered, countries like Indonesia, Brazil, Turkey, and Egypt will all be moving up the economic ladder over the next few years. But before we get into future growth, let's look at where things stand today. China recently edged out the US to become the world's largest economy by GDP when adjusted for purchasing power parity. India, Japan, and Germany will round out the top 5. Let's look at how this is expected to change by the year 2030. China's GDP will continue growing. Even accounting for a natural slowdown given the economy's size, the country may still end up with an economy twice the size of the United States. Already, 5 of the 10 largest companies in the world are located in China. India will shift up into second position. Some of this growth will be fueled by rapid urbanization, as many of the world's fastest-growing cities are located in India. Indonesia's economy is expected to triple, surpassing the size of India's today. The country's capital, Jakarta, is projected to become the world's biggest megacity by 2030. With 3 countries in the top 5, Asia's slice of the global GDP pie will increase to 35%. Egypt is expected to rocket up the rankings from 21st place to 7th by 2030. The country's rapidly increasing population will play a big part in this economic growth. Germany is expected to remain in the top 10, but at the bottom of the list. While the country is likely to remain the dominant economy in Western Europe, its modest growth rate will see it fall behind more populous, rapidly developing countries in Asia. This is a trend that will likely play out across the world as the divide between the developed and the developing economies continues to close. Theoretically, a country's share of global GDP should eventually converge on their share of global population, a trend we see reflected in this forecast. By 2030, 7 of the world's 10 largest economies will be located in today's emerging markets. As this shift occurs, Western economies may need to adjust to new realities on the global economic stage. Thanks for watching. If you like these videos, continue supporting our channel by subscribing. It helps us reach more people so we can cover even more topics that you're interested in. For more data-driven posts, visit visualcapitalist.com for new content every day.
Very interesting video indeed. I wanted to maybe turn to Toby on this one, because it's something that we have been discussing before, and it was clearly shown in this video, is that economic growth doesn't necessarily mean equality and doesn't necessarily mean fairness. How do you see the evolution of the economy in the next few years, and to what extent do you see that these countries are moving into a sustainable growth?
Absolutely. I think instead of talking about the size of the GDP, we really need to look at what grew. And unfortunately, we have seen in many cases that as we have growth, we also have growth in inequality. And so you can actually have a situation where the GDP grows, but for the poorest in the society, the situation actually worsens. We also had in this discussion we just had now a focus on the fact that after the last crisis, we had growth, but we also had a lot of austerity. And because we failed to invest in our healthcare, because we failed to really turn up the green transition, it made us so vulnerable to the crisis that we have right now on climate change, and also, of course, the COVID crisis. So build back better. If it becomes too much build back what we already have, we risk repeating the mistakes that we made during the last crisis. So instead of just looking at growth and GDP, it is really time to look at inequality both within countries but also between countries. And that's again where the tax system comes in. We need to look at the tax system to see how can we use the tax system to correct inequalities instead of making them worse.
It's absolutely all about redistribution. I wanted to turn to Lena, because I know that you're a specialist in Europe, but one of the things that I thought when I was seeing these economies growing is that in most of those countries, labor rights are barely existent. So I was wondering, how do you see these? How do you reflect on these issues, considering the situation that we have in Europe compared to other countries where workers are exposed to a very difficult situation?
Thank you very much. Just to put on the table also that we have, unfortunately, European member states where the workers' situation and conditions are not good at all. Actually, if we want to talk about figures and statistics, then in China there are already regions where the average wage is higher than, for example, in Bulgaria or Romania. So things are changing, like the video said, the things are changing. But when it comes to labor rights and protection of labor rights, I think the EU actually has a leverage. But unfortunately, the EU is not using it. And this is precisely through its external and trade policy. When the EU signs trade agreements, there is a chapter on sustainable development. It composes, it has two parts. It has the labor part and it has the sustainability, the environmental part. And we, at the European level, we have been struggling with these chapters, in the sense that if the trade agreement has all sorts of enforcement mechanisms throughout the trade to enforce the various conditions and chapters in the trade agreement, then for the sustainable development chapter, there is nothing. It's a sort of talk, and it doesn't get us much further. The classic example is the very first one with such a chapter, which is the South Korea. It has gone as far as the panel of experts. The panel of experts concluded that indeed there is violations of the trade agreement. But what next? What happens? How do we ensure that the workers' rights actually get better? That Korea is slowly now implementing various ILO conventions, the core conventions. But we still know that the trade union leaders are put in prison regularly with kind of horrendous regularity. It's just, and from our side, we protest, we insist with the Commission that they have to be more firm and they have to take firmer steps. When we look at what has happened in Bangladesh and in the textile sector, there is a compact. There is a role for the European Union to play. And I remember so clearly having a conversation with, at the time, the Commissioner for Trade, Cecilia Malmström, when we were insisting that the EU needs to use even the weak measures that it has in its hands. She said that, oh yeah, but if you use them and we fail, what then? And I asked her, but if you don't use them at all, what then? Who will take you seriously? Nobody will take you seriously. So for us, for the trade union movement, we work together also with the International Trade Union Confederation to have globally more fair conditions, to follow the supply chains of the European companies at least, to make them comply with the rules so that they don't go and destroy environment, so that they actually respect the rights, at least the rights that are there in the countries where they go. We know that some of these moves are motivated precisely by weaker protection and not such high levels of health and safety protection and all the rest of it. But we also see that now with the global crisis, it is hitting them back because the value chains are broken.
Of course, but this again, and here's when it comes the European Union and can play a very important role. And I'm very thankful that you mentioned trade, because it's absolutely one of the main instruments that the EU can use to actually support not only sustainable growth, but also respecting human rights and labor rights in other countries. And because we're going to finish the panel in like 2 minutes, I wanted to give the floor back very quickly, both to Anna and Tove, for a very short message about what do you think should be doing the European Union to support sustainable growth beyond its border across the world. So very quickly, Anna.
Well, I couldn't agree more with Lina that indeed we should use our instruments, and definitely in terms of our trade agreements, but we need to use them properly. But that requires that we abandon the neoliberal mercantilist approach that has dominated the making of all these treaties. And the fact that, for instance, apart from all aspects that you already mentioned, that we have accepted some kinds of non-state jurisdictions to sort out the disputes, it's really outrageous. It's what we see happening in our member states as a result of these austerity policies, where indeed lots and lots of disputes with companies are held in non-state arbitral courts, totally where normally the state loses, and in total disregard of the labor rights. But I would just like to point out, looking at the film that you showed, this also shows how Europe needs to tackle the question of migration. And here we are now with this horrendous crisis in our border, at our border in Belarus and Poland and Lithuania, and not able and succumbing to the blackmail because we don't have a policy to deal with migration. And we need migrants. We need migrants. Europe needs migrants to overcome the demographic decline. And we need to properly manage that in the European Union.
Anna, I'm going to encourage our viewers to come back tomorrow, because we have a panel talking on migration, and indeed it's an issue that we absolutely need to discuss. Very quickly, Tove, what is it that the EU could do to support sustainable growth beyond the borders?
Practice what you preach. Start at home, make sure we get rid of European tax havens and we introduce transparency in the European tax system. Set a good example for everybody else to follow.
Simple one, but a lot of work ahead. Thank you so much to our speakers today, and for all of you who follow us live. And thank you so much for staying with us. We're staying in the Global Progressive Forum. You can continue with the conversation. It's been a pleasure. Welcome back. Another fantastic panel on creating sustainable growth, moderated by Beatriz Rios, with Tove Maria Riding and Ana Gomez. We heard a lot of interesting things. We heard about tax havens, multinational companies not paying their fair share, billionaires and millionaires who can afford to get out of paying more taxes by finding loopholes, while the average citizen is taxed a lot more. And to comment on all this and on sustainable development in general, I have the
perfect guest. He is a member of European Parliament who is also Vice President for the Socialist and Democrat Group, who sits on the Economic Committee.
Thank you, Kelly. Nice to be here. It's great to be part of this endeavor, of this Progressive Forum meet around that we get here.
Well, it's wonderful to have you too, and I'd like to just dive in and ask you if you have any comments on what we just heard, because sustainable development must go hand in hand with a fairer equity, I can imagine.
Indeed. I mean, that will certainly be a challenge for the near future. I would say it's even a challenge already now. We are trying to create more sustainable societies out of this crisis. We will be trying to deal with climate change, certainly with the digital transition, but the risks that these transitions will create inequalities are there. Yeah. And we are already very much an equal society, so we have to start acting now. And certainly the issues that were raised at the panel, like the issues of the multinationals paying their fair share of taxes, of the billionaires that are certainly accumulating too much wealth. I mean, these are issues for now. These are not even issues for 10 years or 15 years from now. So I fully concur with the general approach that was brought to the previous panel.
You're on the Committee for Regional Development, and regions have a role to play when it comes to sustainable growth. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you see as a member being proposed to be done on a regional level?
We can certainly act, and we should act, to make sustainable growth cohesive also from the regional point of view. Not just from the, I would say, social and equalities point of view, but also regional development should be part of sustainable development effort. We have the tools, fortunately, at European level. We have strong regional policy that can be mobilized, but we also know that there are huge risks for this model of growth, for this cohesive growth that we want to implement. There are huge risks that come from the fact that I mean, different regions, rural regions, urban regions, they will be impacted in very different ways.
Yes, they need
from the consequences of this transition. So yes, certainly, in this model in which we want the transitions to be fair, they must also be fair for the different types of regions in Europe. As I said, we are cohesive in Europe, or we have the tools to be more cohesive in Europe, so let us use them properly, that I would say.
And zooming out of the region and looking at it from a country-by-country level, since you're a Portuguese member of parliament, Portugal 2030 is the new partnership agreement between Portugal and the European Commission, and it's all about sustainable economic development. So tell us a little bit about how that's working out.
Yeah, I mean, we are at the beginning of the process, of course. We have built in Europe, but also certainly in my country, a strategy to grow out of this crisis in a more cohesive manner. As it was being said in the previous panel, not just to go back to the previous situation before the COVID crisis. We need to grow our societies, we need to change our societies for the better, so that the risks that we had and also caused this pandemic are not there again in 10 years or 15 years. So the idea for this partnership agreement, and I think that in general for the approaches in Europe, is that our societies must be more resilient. That means that we have to have stronger health sectors in Europe. We have to have the risks that are upon us, they have to be mitigated, they have to be faced from the beginning. So that means that public policies have to be strengthened as well. It's not just about health policy that I would talk about, but I'm talking about housing policy, I'm talking about social policy in general. There are changes that should be done in public policies, and these tools should be used at the same time that we also prepare our companies, our enterprises to be more innovative and to be better able to cope with the climate change and with the digital transformation that is happening in our societies. We cannot lag behind the other continents, certainly not on digital transition. We cannot afford to be on the back seat for too long. So we need to be able to cope with that transition, and that means more innovative companies, but at the same time leaving no one behind.
Yes.
And that's a huge part of our strategy. and in Portugal, but it's certainly a huge priority for the Socialists and Democrats as a family, as a global family. And I think that's certainly one of the points in which it's easier to create links between the different points of the political family in the world, because inequalities are there in different parts of the world, and it's probably something in which our political family has approaches that are more, I would say, resembling. We can see the President Biden's plans that he presented this year. They resemble some of the biggest priorities that we also have in Europe. That's why I say that there are links clearly in these approaches within the progressive family.
There are links globally, and also the recovery funds in general. It's going to be the moment of truth very soon to see, are we putting our money where our mouth is? Are we truly looking forward to a sustainable and inclusive future where we don't leave someone behind? So there will be a point at which we will be able to look back and say, yes, we were able to manage that with the recovery funds or not. Are you feeling optimistic? How do you feel about how the post-COVID...
I think we set our priorities straight and correctly. We put some priorities to the member states that are correct. And as you said, it is also about putting our money where our mouth is. And Europe finally is delivering on that. Because for the first time, we really have a huge European investment plan. The Next Gen EU basically is a huge kind of budget.
The biggest.
It's by far the biggest, at least since the Second World War recovery. So, I mean, it's also the biggest crisis we have had in the century, but at least this time Europe responded to this crisis not through austerity, but through the support to these economic growth policies and through a concrete budget, which is Next Gen EU. So, I mean, we have the resources there, and we have set the priorities straight. And now we have this kind of contracts with the member states, these deals with the member states in which they have to present to the European Commission their plans, their recovery plans. Many of them are already approved. Portugal is one of them, but it's not certainly the only one. A lot are already approved. Now it's about delivering. I mean, we are not yet completely out of the pandemic, we know. There's a huge effort that has to be done in relation to the vaccination, for instance, of the third world. We need to be much more solidar to the third world on that matter. But as we are going out of the pandemic, we need to build back better, not going back, as we said, not going back to the old same in Europe. Now we have the money, we have the priorities to build a better society in Europe. And that's certainly our effort. And we as a political family, we certainly say that we have to mitigate all the risks that might come from what was already there before the crisis, but it's much more strengthened now.
We know that in the world being the way it is, with the climate crisis, with the pandemic, this probably will not be the only pandemic. We can't afford to not also anticipate the challenges that will come in the future.
Indeed, I fully agree with you. I mean, that's why now that we probably perceive a bit better the risks, now we have to mitigate them. We have to anticipate the possible risks of future health crises, of crises of supply, of the critical supplies to our societies, and at the same time, never leaving any part of the world. We were talking about the regions, but we also have to talk about the parts of the world that are clearly more unprotected than Europe. Europe has to be also solidar. And I mean, Global Progressive Forum is a global movement, and we also have to take into account the situation of the developing countries.
Of course, and make sure that they don't get left behind, not only when it comes to vaccines, but when it comes to a more equitable society in general.
Indeed.
I want to ask you one more question before we go on to our next panel, which is that the motto, if you will, for the Global Progressive Forum is, if you can dream it, you can do it. What would be your dream for the next 10, 15 years? What would you like to see become a reality?
I mean, that's the million-dollar question. What will be our society? But at least we can talk about what we would want to go to. What would be our path? I mean, we will certainly be a much more digital society. So location of the companies, of the services will be much less important, because a lot will be digital, a lot of services will be provided digitally. So that will change the way how we organize as a society. Our mobility will change dramatically, I'm sure, because of that digital paradigm. And at the same time, I mean, I hope that we have already in 10 or 15 years transformed significantly the way how we consume the resources of the planet.
Of course.
We need to change that. I mean, I hope that hybrid cars will become electric cars or hybrid with hydrogen. I mean, we need to change all the patterns of mobility, but also of consumption of energy in our houses.
We need to change our behavior.
Completely. Behaviors have to change. I think they are starting to change, but there is also resistance to that. But I would say a more digital, a cleaner society for sure. And the biggest risk, as I have said before, is that also that might mean that a few people are left behind, because the digital transition means that a lot of people might risk of not having the resources, the capacity to be involved in that digital transition. So, I mean, us as a political family, but the society as a whole, has to take care of those that might be left behind. So we need to increase dramatically the training capacities, the qualifications, and the jobs have to be more inclusive, so that in the end we do not have, I would say, a more productive society, a more intense in digital matters, etc. But this cannot be a society for the few. We are already seeing that happening too much. Those billionaires that accumulate a huge part of the wealth of the world, that cannot continue and certainly cannot be deepened for the future. So I would expect that this digital and cleaner society must also be a fairer society, and their public policy must act strongly. That would be my dream for the next 10 to 15 years.
So a digital, a cleaner, and a fairer society for everyone.
That would be my motto,
and do you
my
think
dream.
that do you think that this is something that the European Union can be a pioneer with, or do you think that we will have to learn from each other?
I mean, I'm sure that we are at the forefront in the matter of cleaning our environment and our behaviors. We are leading in this transformation. We have always led from Paris now to Glasgow. Europe has been in the leadership role on climate transition. We have not led on the matter of digital transition, but we need to step up. So I think we need more investment in Europe into this digital transition so that we can also catch up with the US and China on that matter. And certainly, I mean, the European social model, our welfare state model, I mean, it was basically created here in Europe.
Yes.
So I would think that we are the continent that is better prepared to also create that third dimension, the fairer society. It's here that we have the better capacity. It's here that we have the tradition of trying to leave no one behind. So I would say that we have to go back to those public policies that we had in the past and see what are the ones that can work and what are the ones that need to be changed. But it's here in Europe that I think we have the better expectation of really leaving no one behind and certainly not leave all those guys that have too much money now, too much wealth. They should not be left alone. They should be part of the solution for this situation. I hope Europe and the European institutions can build the public policies that will deliver on that.
Thank you. And just one more question, because the EU can be a role model, of course, but we can't really force others to come along with us. There are, what was mentioned in the previous panel, though, was how trade agreements could have rules that would, and conditionalities that would enable change. Do you believe that that is also a part of it?
Certainly, because we as Europeans, we are the multilateralists in the world.
Yes.
Other powers are more, I would say, facing each other, etc. But we in Europe, we say this has to be a collective effort. And our biggest power in the world is certainly our economic capacity.
Yes.
We are the largest market in the world. We are a wealthy society in general. So that means that everybody wants to trade with us. And we are a huge trade power. So in a sense, obviously, in the future, when we have new agreements, not just with the Chinese or South America or even the US, yes, our values, social priorities, but also ecological priorities must be kind of a key fact within the negotiation. So yes, since we are a big trade power, we must use it also to implement our goals. And if we want that kind of society, it doesn't make much sense that we only try to build a cleaner or fairer society here in Europe and that we leave alone everything happening around us. It doesn't make sense. So let us use our power, our influence, to also create a better world for everybody. I think that's our purpose. That's certainly our, I would say, it would be also my dream for the 10 to 15 years that we could do something for Africa, we can do something for South America, we can do something for Southern Asia, so that these societies can also become much better and again, if I don't want anybody to be left behind here in Europe, I certainly don't want them to be left behind or left alone in these parts of the world in which the process of development is more delayed, I would say.
Of course, because we live in a globalized world, and we see more and more that, and we saw this very starkly with the pandemic. Like, it was not China's problem. It was not just Italy's problem when the virus went to Italy. It quickly became a global problem because we live in a connected society, and we just cannot get away from that. And when it comes to climate change, which is something that nearly every panel we've had today has talked about, this is something that we cannot do alone. The EU can make all the pledges it wants, but unless other partners are willing to come along with us, we will not be able to keep the planet under 1.5 degrees. We are not going to be able to meet the goals we have set for it. Do you come out of looking at what happened in the COP optimistic, or do you think that we need to have our guard up?
I mean, we have seen the analysis to the results. Obviously, there were some frustrations in what we thought could be the final achievement. But I mean, this is I would say, a gradual process, this transformation. I would say that the glass is still half full. It's not half empty.
Okay, you're an optimist.
I would say, and I mean, in the end, we managed to pledge to gradually go out of coal, go out of combustion fuel. So, I mean, there are changes happening, certainly, that were agreed upon. And I mean, it's about a global effort that we need to develop together. But, I mean, we are better than before Glasgow, that's for sure. We wanted more, but we are better than we were before Glasgow. So,
fantastic.
And as you said, obviously, this has to be a global effort. It cannot be just Europe and the others lagging behind. If we want to move away from coal, from combustion, that certainly has to go to China, to India, to all those countries. I think we are a bit better than before Glasgow, so I'm optimistic about the future in general.
Fantastic. Well, Pedro Marques, we touched on a lot of things. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Kelly,
and
for the invitation.
hopefully we will see you throughout the Global Progressive Forum.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now have our final panel that's about to start for the evening on the future of democracy with Prime Minister Enrico Letta of Italy. Let's get joined by our moderator for this session, James Cantor. Can you hear me, James?
I can. How are you, Kelly? Kelly, can you hear me?
I can. There's a bit of a time lag, I think.
Terrific, terrific. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah, this is our final event at the Global Progressive Forum on this first night.
Yes.
And we are holding it, of course, at a time when democracies are under pressure and progressive policies are under pressure too.
Yes, future of democracy looks like in Europe when we are faced from within the European Union and from outside of the European Union with unprecedented challenges.
That's right. I mean, we have hard right leaders in countries like Poland and Hungary who have been systematically dismantling democratic checks and balances. And another example, migration has been used across the political spectrum as a way of raising and stirring up bogus fears about the security of Europeans and the future of the continent. And of course, progressive policies themselves have been under threat. Policies like anti-racism, policies like climate action and gender, they too need to be borne in mind. And our very special guest for this closing event this evening is the former Prime Minister of Italy, Enrico Letta.
Wonderful. Well, I will leave you to it. I look forward to hearing your discussion. Take it away, James.
Terrific. Welcome, everyone. As we said, we're here live for the closing event of this first day of the Global Progressive Forum in Brussels. I'm James Cantor. I'm a journalist. I'm the host of the EU Scream Politics podcast. And joining me is a group of young people who will also be putting questions and joining in the conversation. I'm with Prime Minister of Italy, who currently heads the country's Democratic Party. Welcome, Mr. Letta, a very warm welcome.
Me being with you. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Terrific to see you. Thank you. Now, I'll just dive right in and say you were a Prime Minister of Italy between 2013 and 2014, and you went on to become Dean of the School of International Affairs at Sciences Po in Paris. And since March this year, you've returned to politics as the head of the center-left Democratic Party, which last month won back the cities of Rome and Turin from the Five Star Movement, and that's been seen as a very sort of positive omen for your party. Now, as I'm speaking to you from inside the European Parliament, I'd like to start with Five Star, if I may, since you're now trying to bring them into the socialists and the democratic family here in the Parliament. Can I ask you, how good a fit do you think Five Star would be with its populist and Eurosceptic track record? How good a fit would they be with the S&D? And how soon might we have a deal? And does this foresee an eventual merger with the Italian party?
Of course, it is too early to say because the discussion just started with them. But I think they changed during the last period, in the last years. Their approach to the European political spectrum, to the European main policies, has changed during the last years. And today their approach is more pro-European rather than what they did at the very beginning of their political life. So we are discussing, we were together supporting the government in Italy during the pandemic, and now we are sharing the same majority supporting Draghi's government in Italy. So we are trying to work together. Of course, we are different, we are coming from different experiences and different point of views, but I think there are some convergences. So we'll see, and I'm very open to discuss with them.
Super, thank you. Now, to be fair, the Five Star Movement helped open the way to the new use of technology in politics. And technology in politics is something that your party is also now very much exploring, more through participatory democracy, I think, than direct democracy that Five Star tended to use. Can you tell me a little bit about your party's experiment in this area? How will it work? To what degree do you think technology can reinforce representative democracy?
I think representative democracy is experiencing a very difficult moment. And the low level of turnout during our last elections in Italy, but also other elections around Europe. I remember regional elections in France during spring with 30% turnout. I think there's a problem of fatigue of democracy and participation. This is why we are trying to reinforce democracy through participative democracy. And we are using Decidim. Decidim is the platform that was used by the municipality of Barcelona some years ago, and who is now in the hands of the European Commission. You are in Brussels, and in this very period between Brussels and Strasbourg, there's this conference on the future of Europe with a great experiment of participative democracy. Citizens are attending panels and they are able to be part of the debate on the platform, on the digital platform. And we are doing the same in Italy. The name of our project is Agora Democratiche. We have a platform and the platform is collecting people, citizens, with the goodwill to participate and to organize Agora and to present proposals during this Agora. And the vote in the platform, the supporting vote and the endorsement in the platform are the way to decide which kind of direction we want to take on many issues, European policies, migration policies, welfare policies. And we decided to say, okay, we want to take what the citizens are debating and what they want to have as policies, our supporters, our citizens. And so we want to have a strong participative democracy exercise. And our future platform, our future project to change Italy will be composed by all these proposals. And for us, it's an important step. It's the first time that we have such a exercise. Technology can be successful here. It is not direct democracy, it is participative democracy. It's an important exercise. Until now, 50,000 people attended in the last 2 months our activity, and I strongly believe that this participation will help us to reinforce democracy and, of course, to reinforce our party.
At this point, I'd like to bring in Angelica Da Porto from Italy on this topic of innovations in democracy when it comes to technology. Angelica, can I ask, are you there? So, do we have Angelica on the line?
Yes. Can you hear me? Hi.
I can, Angelica. You're here at the perfect time to ask your question about technology and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will proceed in Italian, if you allow me. So, buonasera.
Good evening. Sir, it's a real pleasure to have the opportunity to speak to you. I'd like to just link up to what you were speaking about, that we can see that voter turnout is down, that during elections, and that young people, well, at times people say that we are not interested in turning out to vote. I think that actually we are interested in voting, but yet we need to see some change in terms of the historical political parties that are currently in power. And also talking about the experiment that the PD is carrying out in terms of participative democracy. But I think that young people really are looking for something that would bring about even deeper change in terms of participation. For example, deliberative democracy would be one example, or even direct democracy in some cases. So I'd like to what your opinion is on that subject. Thank you.
Maybe I'll continue in English. My main point is the fact that in Italy, I think we were not used to be part of exercises like the one we are trying to launch. And I will be more than happy to see the results of this exercise and maybe to extend or to open up this exercise. But I know very well that tools are important, but only if the meanings, the topics, the issues are interesting. And maybe this point is the answer to Angelica's question, because I know very well that we can be perfect and very modern in technologies, but if the topic we are discussing is not interesting, I think it is totally useful to have a good technological tool. This is why I think today we have to be very open, for instance, to the topics that are the most interesting one for young people. I know, because I was for 7 years working with young students in Paris, young students coming from all the corners of the world. At the end of the day, I remember the main topics were sustainability first, of course, but then civil rights and the right of the person, the centrality of the person, the possibility to have a new welfare system, demographic discussion on demographic developments. I think there are interesting topics related to these issues. And what is really important is to be good in linking technological modern tools to these topics. Of course, if we discuss only about the rules of democracy or the way in which political parties are developing their internal debates, I'm sure that the democratic fatigue will grow up. I'm sure that people want to see politicians able to discuss and to be open, discussing and debating to all the other topics that I mentioned. And with the idea to be very open also in the way in which we take decisions. And not to say, okay, we discuss, but then we take decisions. No, I think we discuss and we take decisions.
Thank you very, very much, Angelica, for that excellent question. And Mr. Letta, also on this topic of education, and you mentioned your time at Sciences Po, I'd like to bring in Yassine Alia, who also would like to explore that topic. Yassine should be speaking to us from Germany. Yassine, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
I can. Please go ahead with your question.
Yes, so thank you very much. Mr. Letta, you have set up the Italian School of Politics. Do you think that political and maybe even philosophical education can be spread widely enough to improve the quality of public and political discourse, and thus maybe improve policy decisions and outcomes in democratic societies? I'm asking in particular in the context of increasingly complex challenges like climate change, which needs a high quality public discourse.
Thank you, Yassine, for your question. I think you touched upon one point that is crucial today, is the fact that the training for political leaders and for people working in public administration or in political activities, we need to change some of the cardinal points of the compass. Because I remember when I was trained, when my generation was trained, the idea was very clear. You need to be a lawyer, so you just to concentrate, to focus on on studies on law and on political sciences, or if you want to be a doctor, you know very well the medical studies that you have to do, and so on and so forth. But without any bridge. That was the way in which my generation was trained. I think today we need exactly the opposite. And it is not easy, but my years in Sciences Po told me that it is absolutely necessary today to change the way in which we teach. We need to create bridges between, for instance, social sciences and hard sciences. Without these bridges, it will be impossible for political leaders of the future to be able, for instance, to deal with topics like climate change or pandemic or big data, humanism and technology. All these topics need to have the possibility to jump from one topic to another, and to be able to understand both the social sciences language and the hard sciences language. I know very well that what I'm saying is very hard to be applied. But it is exactly what I'm trying to do also in Italy with the Scuola di Politiche, and also with the activities that we are doing. Otherwise, I think we will continue with, for instance, lawyers arguing and trying to have answers to the problems of topics where we need to have both approaches. And this need of cross-border training activity, I think for me, for what I'm thinking and for what was also my experience in the last 7 years, is the main challenge. It is complicated, it is difficult, but it is absolutely necessary today.
Thank you very, very much, Yassine, for that excellent question, and thank you, Mr. Letta, for speaking to that, as given the fact that you recently were a very, very prominent educator. If I can, I'd like to turn a bit to the economy. Mr. Letta, when you were in office, you and then French President François Hollande, you both felt that the austerity economics that were adopted in response to the financial crises of that era were really outdated. And since then, the EU has finally overcome some, and I emphasize some, of its reluctance about spending with the Next Gen EU package. That's 750 billion euros in loans and grants. So if I can ask, what effect has this money had on Italy's perceptions of the European project? And importantly, what are the next steps, if any, when it comes to these kinds of joint European investment and funding projects? Will the advent of the left-green government, for instance, in Germany, you think, make a difference?
We had 10 years ago a crisis. The response of the European Union to this crisis of 2008-11 was a very poor, a very weak one. And then populism rose, and then we had many economic problems, and the European Union was at the very center, at the very core of a political crisis because of this, I think, inadequate response. Today, after the pandemic or during the pandemic, we had a completely different reaction from the European Union. The reaction was more generous, more intelligent, more long-term. And I think it was very, very good, first of all, because the Next Generation EU, the big response, the 750 billion euros that the European Union decided to put, these billions were focused on investments, long-term investments. And that was what we needed at the European level. If I may say, Italy was 18 months ago one of the countries with the most Eurosceptic approach. The majority of the Italian citizens was on a Eurosceptic position. Today, because of Next Generation EU, because of the fact that these funds and these investments were dedicated to Italy, because Italy, with Spain also, were the two countries more affected, the most affected countries by the pandemic and by the economic crisis. That was exactly the opposite that the European Union did 10 years ago during previous crisis. In previous crisis, the idea was there's a financial crisis in Italy, in Spain, in Portugal, in Ireland, in Greece. So you are guilty because of the crisis. You, the Italians, you, the Spaniards, and that was not correct because the crisis came from the US at that time, and it is exactly what happened with the pandemic. You mentioned before that the pandemic came from China, then Italy, then other countries like Spain and others. It was not because Italy was guilty or Spain was guilty. It was because of the problem of pandemic. And then today Next Generation EU is the best response and the European Union is on the right track. And Italian citizens are reacting in the best way. They are today saying, yes, we love Europe. And that was not the case 2 years ago. And this pro-European approach of the Italian citizens today is, I think, a very good news for Italy, but also a very good news for Europe too.
Certainly is. But Mr. Letta, how optimistic are you that these large amounts of money can be made available again? I mean, was Next Gen EU just a one-off, or can European solidarity, a sort of mutual approach to lending, come together again, do you think?
I think there are two decisions, two steps today in front of us. And I think the two steps are, first, how to be very good in spending this money. This money is the money of all the European Union. Now we have to be fast and good in spending this money. We have to be focused on spending this money for sustainable infrastructures, for research and development, for education, how to avoid inequalities, how to beat inequalities. This is the first point, and this is what Draghi's government is doing in Italy. My party is supporting this government, and I'm strongly convinced that Draghi will win on that. But the second point is that we need to transform this plan for the future, not for Italy, but for the entire European Union. Next Generation EU is a great idea, but Next Generation EU seems a one-shot plan. A one-shot plan to react to the pandemic. But the plan will end up in 26. And I think we have to consider that after 26, we need to build up a continuity, so we need to make permanent Next Generation EU. Of course, with different balances. Today, Italy and Spain are the countries with more advantages, but because we were the most affected. But for the future, I think we can rebalance, but we need to continue with all these investments. And we need to change the way in which we will use this money. Because until now, you know, this money is only for national, for domestic investment. So this big Next Generation EU 750 billion euros plan is 27 domestic plans, only with national and domestic investments. It is not enough. It is not enough because global competition needs Europe at the level of European investments, not just national or domestic investments. European investments means cross-border investments. Investments where you put together Germany, Italy, France, Latvia, the Netherlands, Portugal. Investments where the dimension of the investment is at the level of what, for instance, the Chinese are doing with their dimension. If we don't do that, I think we risk for competitiveness of Europe in the future. This is why the answer to your question is that, yes, we need to spend this money, and Italy has a big responsibility because of the amount of money and also because of some bad legacies of our past, but we need to develop, to change, to transform, and to improve this plan in the future in a truly European dimension.
Thank you very much, Mr. Letta, for that response. Since we are talking about economic matters, I'd like to bring in another one of our young people, Aida Iordac from Romania, to pose her question. Aida, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi.
Okay, so hello. Nice to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you. My question will be, printing money has always been an exclusive prerogative of each state. What do you think of cryptocurrencies? Do you see them as an asset or as a threat? Because some governments are wary of Bitcoin because it enables the citizens of a country to undermine government authority, while other countries accept Bitcoin as a legal tender. For instance, El Salvador.
But personally, I'm very cautious on that. I think we have to be very cautious, and we need to put this discussion in the correct fora, having the right decisions of the authorities and avoiding to take decisions without the safety nets that are essential in my view. The big risk is that people or citizens without correct information can take decisions that they can pay then, and they can pay for their own. So I'm a little bit cautious on that, if I may say.
Thank you very much, Aida. Now, Mr. Letta, can I move our conversation more directly onto the topic of youth politics? Your party has strongly backed a law on banning anti-LGBT activities and transphobia, but that bill failed, and the Italian parliament actually cheered that failure. What does that tell us about the ability of incumbent legacy center-left parties like your own to deliver, to actually deliver on the demands of a new generation of voters on these equality issues, not to mention issues like the climate emergency, Black Lives Matter, and the Me Too movement?
I was really very sad for what happened some weeks ago in the Italian Parliament, in the Italian Senate, because in this legislature we are not majority, we are a minority in this parliament because we lost elections in 18. Then today we are all together in a grand coalition government in an exceptional period, but we lost elections and we are minority. This is why this proposal on, as you said, it's a very important one on the LGBTQI rights, was rejected by the parliament. For me, it was a very sad moment, and I would like to say that our project for next elections, we will have soon elections in Italy. We will have elections at least March 23. We are preparing our program through the Agora, and our program will be based on civil rights. And this idea to put young people and youth at the very center of our project will be my bet, will be our challenge. And I'm sure that the right track is to convince people and to take the majority of votes, to convince the majority of citizens to support our ideas, and to be majority in the next parliament, and then to approve the law that was rejected some weeks ago, and to approve this law and other laws that I know today are creating a generational divide. I know very well that young people are today more open to some rights and some civil rights, some behaviors in a relationship with the rest of the population. And I think we have to help our societies to be in a comprehensive mood and being able so for young people to be more protagonist. That will be my job for the next 18 months. I will fight on that. I'm sure we will win.
Fascinating challenge. And let's look at this question of inclusion just a bit more broadly, beyond Europe. And Sonia Nouri from France has a question on that topic. Sonia, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Sonia.
Ok. Est-ce que je peux continuer en français? Oui, top. Merci. Alors, on parlait de...
So, we were talking about LGBTQI, and my question relates more to gender equality between men and women. In that regard, I was thinking having women in positions of power is incredibly important in order to ensure gender equality. And for empowering women as well. This is also one of the top 5 items on the agenda for 2030 for the UN. So it's obviously very important. Throughout the world, however, there's only 21 countries that are being led by a woman, and that really is obviously quite a low number. This has got to do with levels of education and opportunities available to women. So I would like to ask you how you think we can improve education access for women and professional opportunities for women. So what do you think we can do in the world of work in that regard? And then more specifically in Italy and Europe more generally, how do you think we can act here to improve that situation and to achieve our objectives in that regard? Well, this is one of the most important challenges that we're facing at the moment. And if I can try to respond just for us, particularly in what we're doing in Italy, We unfortunately have seen some really very negative numbers on gender equality, just the kind of thing you were talking about then. We have very few women in leadership positions in Italy. In the world of politics, we've got major difficulties as well, and those I think are very clear to everyone. So this is something that we need to develop and we need to improve, but we need to ensure that the conditions are different. Now, before I was talking about Next Generation EU, this is a major investment plan, and in Italy we're looking at €200 billion programme. We've never had so much money for new investment and new jobs. The idea behind it is to create a safeguarding clause which is horizontal. So all of this money will be used horizontally, and it should be used to ensure that we get more women involved in the world of work across the board. What we want to do is get a kind of multiplying effect. The more women we get in work, the more women we will get in work. The start of the problem here in Italy is that we don't have as many women in the world of work as we do men, and the aim, of course, is to get to close the salary gap as well, to get equal opportunities but equal wages as well. And this is something that we see as a problem in a great many countries. Men and women doing the same job are not earning the same money. We in Italy have just approved a law looking at the wage gap. Now, we need to have political choices behind this as well, of course, and political choices mean that in order to obtain parity, we need to push for women. And we have to correct the disparity that exists at the moment. Now, we have made steps forward, but we've not done enough yet. And so for me, supporting women, promoting women is something that I'm working on a lot, and that we have made progress on. We haven't made enough progress on. I'm not happy by any means with what we've achieved yet. I think this is one of the major problems that we've had. We've got issues relating to structural competitive problems in the country, and major issues relating to gender equality, which are quite deep rooted. I think we need to ensure that we can improve this and improve our country in all directions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia. I would like to move on to migration. Mr. Letta, during your premiership, we had the tragedy that took place at Lampedusa, and that prompted you to launch the Operation Mare Nostrum that was broadly humanitarian. Now, if you fast forward to today, I'd say that some EU governments, including some S&D members in Nordic countries, they're even less keen than ever, it seems, on humanitarian solutions to the question of migration. We hear more and more about building walls and the need for a fortress Europe. What is the progressive way forward on this migration question in Europe?
It's a very difficult topic. 10 years without improvements since what happened at the beginning of the last decade, with the tragedies that we are seeing today in the Mediterranean and also at the borders between Poland and Belarus. It's, I think, intolerable what is happening at this border today. Really, it's enough. My point, after 10 years of defeats or mistakes, is that we have to change compass on migration policies at the European level. And to change compass, I mean, first of all, we have to consider the need to have a coalition of the willing. If we continue with the idea to have all the 27 European countries on board, it will be an unsuccess for sure. We need to have the countries, the most important European countries, taking their own responsibility. And we need a coalition of the willing. If Poland, Hungary, they don't want to be on board, okay, we will do it alone. We can't continue having their veto, because having their veto means that we are not able to move any steps. And so I think we have to apply the method that we used 30 years ago, 40 years ago for Schengen, for instance. Schengen was a treaty that not all the European countries signed at the beginning. It was just among some of the European member states. And it worked. It was a success at the end of the day. I think we have to do the same. Among the main big European countries, I mean Germany, Italy, France, Spain, for instance, without Poland and Hungary. Otherwise, it will be impossible to be effective and successful.
Fascinating. The question of the coalition of the willing being one way forward, and very different from trying to somehow create unanimity among the 27. Now, on this question of member states having sharply split views within the EU, I would now like to bring in, from the Czech Republic, Michal Novotny. Michal, are you with us?
Yes. Hello?
Great. Michal, go ahead with your question for Mr. Letta, please.
I would like to ask, following up on this, I'm sorry, can I do the camera? Maybe not. Oh, yes, I can.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's do the camera as well. Thank you very much. I would just like to ask on this very topic. You said that maybe not a unified approach of all 27 would be needed for some legislature or an approach to go through. But if we do this, what would be the repercussions? What about those countries that then are left out of this process, like Hungary or Poland, if they do wish to not participate, but maybe sometimes it is not very indicative of what their whole population thinks? Wouldn't you think that somehow we are leaving them behind on these key issues? Thank you very much.
I would like to split in two. There's one point specific on migration policies. On this point, I think we are desperate because we didn't reach any success at 27. This is why I say we have to try to be successful maybe at 25 or maybe at 20. But it is specific on this migration policies issue. On the rest, I think we have to be very tough with countries that are not respecting the rule of law. There are many very clear rules at European level. We are sharing same values, same rules, same institutions, same currency for many countries. We need to share also the same rule of law. And we can't accept, we can't tolerate the fact that some countries are trying to change completely the cardinal points of this rule of law compass. This is why my position is to ask the European Commission to be very tough on that. And all the member states to try to find solutions to this today very delicate situation. Poland and Hungary are trying to change the way in which the rule of law is working in Europe, and we can't accept that. I think the sentence of the Constitutional Court in Poland some weeks ago was a true threat for the entire European Union, and we have to reply. We have to reply with all the meanings, with all the tools that we have in mind. Of course, there are tools and meanings that are not very easy to use and to accept. For instance, the topics related to money, to funds, to European structural funds, but I think it is necessary and important to be very tough on that. Otherwise, the revolution that we are experiencing on the rule of law, on values, on democracy, will be, I think, a very negative moment for the entire European life. So I strongly push the entire European Union to react and not to accept what is happening today in Poland and Hungary.
Thank you very much, Mikhail, and thank you, Mr. Letta. We have just 1 minute left, maybe 2 minutes left for a last question from Ugur Gonal from Turkey. And it's a question on the friends and enemies and sometimes frenemies on Europe's periphery. Now, Ugur, we really just have a couple of minutes left, so very quickly your question. And Mr. Letta, you've done so well with us. If I could just ask you for a very short response as well. Thank you.
Hello, I will be very brief with my question. What do you think of Putin and Erdogan? How can we impose the respect of human rights or women's rights to powerful countries like Russia, Turkey, or even China? Thank you.
You know, the first point is to be united among Europeans. If we are not united among Europeans, it will be impossible to reply to the challenges of people like Putin and Erdogan. I remember, for instance, what happened 1 year ago on the first Belarus challenges and threat to democracy. The European Union started with sanctions, and the sanctions were blocked because one country using the veto right blocked these sanctions. Of course, that was a disaster for Europe. So my point is that we have to react, we have to use all the tools. If we are united, we can be very strong and we can convince our neighboring countries like Russia or Turkey to be compliant with international rules. But if we are divided, it will be impossible for us. That is, for me, the main point.
Thank you so much, Ugur, and thank you, Mr. Letta. And thanks to all our participants in this chat. We're closing out the last session of this first day of the Global Progressive Forum. I'd like to wish you a good evening and say that we'll see you all again tomorrow, I hope. And a big thanks again to former Prime Minister Letta.